No pizza. Peach is not for cat. Oh.
This crazy Karen finds out exactly what happens when you refuse to leave your ex-boyfriend's property.
All right, let's go. Let's go. We're not waiting. Let's go. Come on. It requires that you walk to your car. Let's go.
Yo.
I promise you this. This is the last opportunity. You go to jail, you're going to sit in jail, and we don't want to hear you crying and saying, I won't do it again, because at that point we've crossed that line of departure. You're going to sit there and you're not going to come back here, because we'll just go to the judge and say that this trespassing act will not stop. Hold her until her court date. You're choosing this. We're not choosing this for you, but we're being very patient and very kind, because in normal situations, we would have already been on our way to the jail with you. So you have to start walking. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. You don't need a second. Let's go.
I do need a second.
No, you don't. Let's.
I need a second.
You don't. You can get a second out there. Come on.
Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Please don't touch me.
Go to jail.
Touch me.
Walk out. We're going to jail. Walk. Walk out there.
Don't touch me.
We're not.
Don't touch me. I don't want to you guys touch me.
What's going on, man? Dude. There's an update for RE4. I wonder what's going on there. Let me see. Do they have patch notes? Okay, probably there's some little... Resident Evil 4 Gold Edition? Oh, that's February 9th, 2024. I'm really excited for RE9. That game actually looks fucking dope. I still cannot fucking get over fucking beta male emo ninja twink faggot. What in the hell were they like, why? I just, I don't know why people tolerate this horse shit. Like, they're literally full-on feminizing everything. Everything's becoming more gay and beta male. We go from Ryu Hayabusa, like jacked ninja Chad, to, where's the fucking little twink dork? Yeah. Why add this character? Like with Devil May Cry, like DMC4, you know, they added Nero, like whatever, you know? It's just a different version of Dante, basically. This, it's like, why the fuck would I want to play little dork twink ninja emo dipshit? I can't get over it. I literally cannot get over it. It's just so stupid. Ninja Gaiden Black and 2 are two of the greatest games ever made. I can understand why people like Ninja Gaiden Black. The problem with that game is it got progressively worse. The first level was fantastic, like pretty much perfect. If the game was like that for the rest of the game, it would have been just fantastic, but it got progressively worse. And like that is the most frustrating thing. If a game starts off shitty, but gets progressively better. That's always better than it starts off good and then it gets worse and then it gets worse and then it gets worse. Forgot my namification until I was just wait for someone to make a Hayabusa skin mod for NG4. I don't know if they can. I don't know what engine this is running on. They re-released Ninja Gaiden 2 with that remaster, and that was in Unreal Engine 5. It's easy to swap models for that engine. I don't know if they can with this. Because right now, there's... I haven't seen any, like, character swap mods. They just have, like, weird lighting mods. So... I don't know. And RE Engine's also really easy to mod. Like, there's tons of character swap mods for, like... whatchamacall? Like, all the RE games, Devil May Cry. I don't know if they're going to do it with that. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Yeah, like, with Ninja Gaiden Black... Yeah, the first level is just fucking fantastic. Just absolutely perfect. And then it just got progressively worse. The levels became more maze-like. They had more, like, bullshit, cheap deaths that involved, like, platforming. I remember one of the worst levels in that fucking game was that weird underground, like, dungeon-y level where right at the fucking beginning of the stage, you had to make this, like, blind jump. And then if you failed, because it's an old game and it didn't have autosaves, you may have to refight the previous level boss. Like, that was so fucking stupid. And they added it, like, they kept progressively adding in, like, enemies that weren't enjoyable to fight. They were just fucking irritating. So, like, they add in the rocket launcher enemies, the stupid bats. I fucking hate the bats in those games. They're fucking horrendous. And, Ninja Gaiden is not good with boss fights. The second game especially, most of the boss fights in the second game are fucking horrendous. And it was just lazy. Like, you'd have to fight the same boss over and over again, too.
7 new Frank shorts.
Oh shit, we gotta check that out. Thanks for the donation, B. There were some really good boss fights in the first game. But yeah, like, it just, generally speaking, the boss fights in Ninja Gaiden are very, very hit and miss. So, overall, I preferred Ninja Gaiden 2, but there's a lot of fucked shit in that game, too. Especially the, like, last couple levels. It just got fucking annoying to play. Like, they just add things in that make the game harder, but not in a fun way. It's, like, in a bullshit, cheap, annoying way. So, I'm not the biggest fan of Ninja Gaiden, but I appreciate what it is. It's just not as good as Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry is, like, aside from the second game, pretty much, like, perfect kind of action platformer, hack and slash shooter kind of series. But, yeah, Devil May Cry is better than Ninja Gaiden, for sure.
You're in jail.
I got out of my car.
You know, there's got to be a lot of, like, dumb cunt women who have gone their entire lives where this kind of, like, tantrum throwing and complaining works. And then when they finally have to, like, meet the police, like, it just backfires. Let's see. Frank Tufano. Is Jedi Survivor worth playing? Yes.
That's an insult to bats. They are an important part of the ecosystem way more than fucking koalas, no offense.
Well, I'm talking about the bats in the Ninja Gaiden game. Like, actual bats are cool. But, yeah, the bats in Ninja Gaiden are just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Pineapple on pizza or no pineapple? Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
So
It is wrong to put pineapple on pizza. It literally makes no sense. You already have a considerable amount of sweetness on the pizza due to, you know, the tomato sauce. And then you add on a fruit that's even sweeter. It just doesn't make sense. You need something like more salty or savory or something on it. Like, you don't add really, really sweet on top of sweet. It's just stupid.
at the beginning
And pineapples just are not a great fruit to begin with.
of this video, Santa Cruz goes,
I've been in the supplement game a long time. I know how hard it can be to come up with a formula.
as if they're actually doing anything themselves. All these guys do is they go to a manufacturer. The manufacturer does everything. The formulation, the manufacturing, all these guys do is look at the camera and sit pretty and pretend they're smart. Because the best
Which is what Frank does. Like, he'd know. Again, every accusation is an admission with Frank, so that's exactly what he does.
this guy could come up with is salt and natural flavors, and the best this guy could come up with is a bunch of liver toxic herbs that push beta carotene through your skin to artificially make you look orange. Like, it's
Beta carotene is not liver toxic. Gummy. Pizza is not for cats. This cat wants my pizza. Okay, you can smell it. Oh my god! He fucking took an olive. No, get off. He literally stole an olive from my pizza.
comical that this is what
No,
people
get off.
see compared to someone like me who's actually, I mean, not like I'm normally a humble person, but I made the supplements myself when I started my supplement company.
One time Gig ordered pineapple tacos at a Mexican place because it appeared to be the only vegan menu item, but then it had meat on it. It didn't say it on the menu, though. That's fucking stupid. I hate it when they do shit like that.
I had to research and understand the elemental availability of different powders and all this crazy stuff that these guys could never do in this life or the next.
Yes, Frank is better and smarter than everybody, and he has all the special, unique ideas. He actually invented exercise, if you didn't know. Frank's such a fucking... Like, this guy is such a narcissist. Let's see. Bootycom donate $2. Isn't that your friend on there? Let me see.
But yeah, you're supposedly limited to 4 wives.
Yeah, that guy.
But so yeah, if you had 3 wives and then this one, you can trade number 4 out for mutta marriage and stuff like that. And then of course you can have your...
Malik promised I wouldn't make it back from DebateCon in Houston, but I'm still here. Yeah, they're all
forgiven once he goes on.
They're all terrorists. This guy's a terrorist. This guy's definitely a terrorist. And this, yeah, that fucking Muhammad Ajab's a fucking terrorist. But yeah, I know who that is. Wouldn't say we're friends, but... Ah, what the fuck? Don't bite me. Ah, stop scratching me. Stop. He's like literally sinking his claws into me. Get out. Get out. Get out. No pizza. The Arch Gypocrite donated $2. Oh, yes.
Things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Someone abused regular old Phoenix. This is her.
He doesn't care, by the way. The only reason he's making this video is because he thinks it makes him look good to make a video like this. He does not give a shit about animal welfare. He doesn't care about whether animals die. We've already gone through this. He's just this is an 8-year-old. He is an 8-year-old with a personality disorder. And he is genuinely one of the dumbest motherfuckers I have ever come across. We all know just how stupid Sneeko is. This guy debated Sneeko on the most easily defensible topic you could possibly fucking imagine, which is age of consent, and he lost the debate. So this is one of the dumbest, most childish, insecure fucking morons I've ever fucking seen. And again, he does this because he thinks it makes him look good, not because he's a good person. He just thinks this is what a good person would say. I want people to think I'm a good person. I fucking hate him. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Would you come to any toilers, also eat your pizza before it gets cold? Yeah, I don't really mind cold pizza. What I do mind is this cat attacking me for the pizza, so I'm gonna put this cat upstairs. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. Okay. No trying to steal my pizza. Oh. That cat is a real jackass. Poopy Dick donated $3. Remember when you put that dildo in your ass? That was pretty gay. Yeah, well, what can you do, man? You gotta pay the bills.
What pisses me off about looks maxing is that none of these guys have actually...
Oh, wait.
Remember when you put that dildo in your ass? That was pretty gay.
Yeah. And you gotta pay the bills. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Done anything. They lost weight and they grew up. They have no understanding of any difficult aspect of...
WWE Toilers, what are your thoughts on these fitness takes?
I have come to discover that lifting weight is a waste of time. In fact, dear listener, you would do much better to start holding the weight in the contracted position, only doing the lowering of the weight. Let me give you the rationale. The positive portion of any exercise, the lifting of the weight, is the least productive in terms of stimulating an...
No. So, they've studied this. It's near identical. There's a slight benefit to the eccentric phase, but it's near identical. So they're about equally important.
Why? Because it's the...
So the concentric phase and the eccentric phase are roughly equally equivalent, with like a slight benefit to the eccentric, but they're about equivalent.
Weakest part of the movement. You cannot lift nearly as much weight as you can hold, and you can't hold as much weight as you can lower. On top of that, the positive, or the lifting of the weight, is a negative in that it is the one portion of the exercise that makes the deepest inroad into recovery ability. That is a negative. What I've been having my clients doing is holding the weight in the fully contracted position for up to 15 seconds. And then once they recognize their static strength is about to go, they start lowering the weight very slowly. And
yeah. It's fine to use some of these intensity techniques, but like, no, what he's saying there just doesn't make any sense. A message to anyone early in their fitness journey. You don't need steroids. Yeah, you also don't need to eat 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. You don't need to train every day or very hard. You don't have to get enough sleep. You don't have to eat enough. Like you don't have to take anything seriously. Yeah, you can half-ass shit and do things that are less productive. I don't know what fucking point he's trying to make here. It's just stupid. Yeah, you don't need steroids, but they work. So the fuck do you mean? A lot of fitness influencers, especially younger ones, are openly using them, pretending it's normal. It's not. Yeah, it's not normal because society wants to hold you back. So, again, all the drugs that you can buy over the counter at the store that aren't regulated, they make you fat, sick, and stupid but they try to gatekeep the drugs that make you big and strong. I wonder why that is. I wonder why all the like shitty fucking junk foods that again make you fat, sick, and stupid, they're all over the fucking store, and they're some of the cheapest items on the fucking shelves. And all the really good, nutritious fruits and vegetables, they tend to be more expensive, and they're only in like the single area of the store. Society's setting you up to fail, and the reason it's not normal to take fucking steroids is because everyone wants to be a fat, sick, stupid fucking loser. What you're seeing online is a distorted version of reality. What you're seeing online is people who fucking work hard, lift heavy, eat properly, and take steroids because they actually want to be fucking successful. And if you're still early in the process, it's easy to assume that's just how progress is supposed to look. It is when you're doing things the right way and you train hard and you're doing everything it takes to become successful. What blows my mind is how fast people jump on them, sometimes just months into lifting before they've even learned how to train properly, eat consistently, or stick to anything long enough to see real progress. So, look at the success of lifters within the Soviet Union, within China, within Bulgaria. They would put children on anabolic androgenic steroids. And it's because, guess what? Steroids fucking work. So if you want to make faster progress and become a better athlete and put yourself in a position for the greatest amount of success, well, guess what? All the best fucking lifters, all the best Olympic athletes, at least when you're talking about strength sports, the earlier they started steroids, the better. That's just the fucking reality. It's not necessarily the best way to go about things if you care about like long-term health or whatever. But again, if you're interested in like success in fitness or in athletics, guess what? It's just the reality. The earlier you go on, the better. This journey is you versus you. Well, no, it's not. Because nobody fucking gives a fuck if you're better than you were the next day. What people care about is fucking winning. So you have to outcompete other people. You have to be better than other people. That's what winning means. So when you say, oh, it's you versus you, well, that's just fucking stupid, dumb bitch loser talk. If it was you versus you, Lance Armstrong wouldn't have needed to fucking take steroids in order to win the fucking Tour de France, because all he'd need to do is just beat himself, right? But no, he had to beat like hundreds of other fucking cyclists to win. That's why he took fucking steroids, you fucking idiot. When you feel discouraged by the speed of your results, ask yourself, am I stronger than I was a few months ago? Am I showing up more consistently? Am I even 1% better than I was before? So again, those are fine things to ask, but like you all, like, if you're actually a competitive fucking person and you want to win, you ask yourself, am I improving faster than the person I want to beat? Am I able to outdo everyone I'm competing against? Am I improving fast enough to like actually be competitive against other fucking people? If the answer to any of these is yes, that's progress. Be proud of that. Well, again, somebody who's like 500 pounds, if they lose 2 pounds in a month, is that something to be proud of? Like, yeah, progress is progress, but like it's fucking retarded. It's just so silly to have this fucking mindset of, oh, well, you know, it is an improvement. There's let's just throw it, like, again, it's loser talk. Like, let's throw away all standards. Let's not compare ourselves to others. This is how losers think. And remember, almost anything in lifting that's fast is short-term and unsustainable. Well, that's just fucking retarded. Like, what the hell is he talking about? So, like there are natural lifters that can increase their bench by 100 pounds in only a couple months. And again, that might be due to genetics and them training consistently and shit and them being new lifters. But it's like, what? Because you make quick progress, it's short-term? Why? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, dude. Average life expectancy is like 85 years. If we're talking about just muscle mass, for a man, males peak in muscularity around the age of 45, give or take 5 years. So we have a finite amount of time on the fucking planet. We're not going to live forever. We live relatively short lives in the grand scheme of things. So telling somebody, oh, well, you gain 2 pounds of muscle in a year, that's progress. Well, if you only have like 20 more fucking years to like actually make progress, that's a problem, right? Keep stacking the days, bros. Yeah, well, yeah, again, this guy's just a fucking dipshit. What does he know? Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, W. It's just fucking loser talk. Like, it's just a fucking little pussy who's afraid of needles.
Why is it that only Jews are responsible for Ukraine's future? Victoria Newland, Jewish Zelensky, Jewish the people in charge of negotiation Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, Jewish.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I don't even know if any of those people are actually Jewish.
If you're new to my...
Let me see this douchebag. He's got a good physique. I'm not gonna lie, but like, wow, that is some of the most beta male bitch shit I've ever fucking heard. Just compare yourself to yourself. Why are you comparing yourself to others? Like, wow. Faggot loser talk. Like, I don't know how he thinks, like, the real world works, but you're competing with other people all the fucking time. If you want to make money, you're competing with other people. You have to be better than somebody else at a job to even get hired. You have to be better in business than somebody else to make fucking money. You have to be better than someone else to, like, win at a sport. Like, you always have to be better than other fucking people. So, like, this fucking horseshit, like, oh, just focus on yourself. Like, oh, improvement's improvement. Who cares if it's barely anything? Like, idiotic. I don't know what his... Let me see what his bench is at. I don't think he's... Given that I'm seeing a lot of machine work, I don't think this guy is particularly strong. Is that 70 pounds? Okay, maybe that's a warm-up. What are these? 95? Okay, yeah, he's not that strong. Yeah, he's not that strong. I was a lot stronger than him as a natural. So, yeah. That's, it's always these people, by the way. So he's not even particularly big or strong for a natural, and then he's like telling people to not take steroids. You know, honestly, I think it's like a gatekeeping thing. It's sort of like the Atlas Power Shrugged complex, where they know that they can't compete with people who take steroids, and they're jealous of people who take steroids. And because they're pussies who are afraid of needles, they try to, like, gaslight people into not taking steroids so that they're only compared to other natural lifters. So they try to hold everyone else back so that they can be like the big fish in the small pond kind of thing. But yeah, that guy's a dork.
Also eat your pizza before it gets cold, VG.
I'm fine with eating cold pizza. If pizza's good, it tastes good cold. This is pretty decent pizza. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donate code pink is weirdly against Pakistan. Well, that's because China it doesn't get along with Pakistan.
America has 8 to 9 bases in the Middle East, and it wants to reduce the size of its engagement, of its manpower, and bring in other militaries there. From the conflict with India, what has really worked for the Pakistani military is an image where it is seen as a military which can actually fill in those shoes and work hand in hand with the American forces there. So that's one.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Pakistan doesn't get along with China, so like they're a Chinese propaganda tool. U.S. Pakistan, yeah. I'm not gonna bother watching that.
Pakistan's regime change operation and its sustenance has at least 3 phases.
Yeah, it's just more bullshit. I'm not gonna bother watching that. They just like anything the Chinese government tells them to say, they say. Yeah, the Tonga tribe has confirmed that Billie Eilish's home is situated on its ancestral land, says she has not yet reached out to them regarding her home. Yeah. It's just Billie Eilish is a fucking idiot. She's just some like dumb white chick, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Organic Mexican crops, $22. This the type of content you should be making.
And then I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Please stop eating meat and start using substitutes. Try oyster mushrooms. Cook you some healthy food. Please stop eating meat and
It's a little too dorky for me.
holy sh.
That's a good one.
Under arrest, my lord. No, you're a nigger. Fire style fireball jutsu.
I like a lot of those Naruto fights. The Naruto fights were really well choreographed. I do prefer the Naruto fights over DBZ, because there's just more intelligence to it. Like there's actual strategy involved. Thanks for the donation, though, Organic Mexican Crops.
Make this your thumbnail right now, nigga. Also that pizza looks good but you ramble way too much so it's getting cold.
I'm not gonna make that my thumbnail now, but maybe in a future stream where we're talking more about Israel, sure. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st Savage. Forgot my namification to tillers. How does someone find Captain America juice? Is Tor outdated? Well, you just source it online. You can use Reddit to find sources. The problem is, so you can look at steroid forums on Reddit and then see where people are sourcing their gear from. The problem is, for whatever fucking reason, there are crazy psychotic shit posters on Reddit who lie about gear sources. So, I ran into this problem. I found a supplier that are fantastic, and I looked on Reddit, and there's random fuckwits who are just outright lying about buying from them and saying they got bunk gear, and they're just full of shit. I don't know why the fuck Reddit is like that, so you're better off looking at more closed off forums. Chase Irons has a forum. I think you have to pay for it, but it's like $5 a month or something. There's some Discord groups and shit. where they talk about gear sources. Chase Irons forum is probably the best. Best overall, anyway, especially if you're in the States. So I would look at some more closed-off forums and just try to find some sources through there. Vigorous Steve also has a source list that you can look up. So yeah, that's kind of how you do it. A fucking cop in Canada is actually where I found that good source that I get my stuff from. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
I might be allowed to debate the Prime Minister of Sweden on veganism. They're doing a talk to everyday people publicity thing. I'm a bit into the qualification process. Thanks for showing me name the trait and the like. You inspired this.
That's pretty dope. I'm sure you'll hear a bunch of absolute nonsensical horseshit. But, you know, good opportunity nonetheless. Thanks for the donation, dude. Matthew Donny Tiller's video of my 535 squat. No sleeves on this. Let me see. Nice, dude. That's some good strength. What kind of belt are you using? You might want to consider getting a lever belt. Strength Shop has vegan belts. Lever belts are fucking dope. I'd highly recommend. The one thing you want to be worried about with really thick lever belts is making sure that they don't impact your floating ribs. I've dislocated my floating rib twice using a lever belt because the space in between my hips and my floating ribs is pretty narrow, and the belt is pretty wide. So there's different width belts that you can get. You might want a narrower belt if you have a short space between your hips and your floating ribs. For me, squatting is pretty fine as long as I have the belt set up properly, but deadlifting and especially doing pendlay rows, that's a little more dangerous. I have to be careful. But yeah, for squatting, lever belts are just fucking sick, dude. That extra support is massively helpful. I'd highly recommend, but that's a really good squat. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
I might be allowed to debate the Prime Minister of Sweden on veganism. They're doing a talk to everyday people publicity thing. I'm a bit into the qualification process. Thanks for showing me name the trait and the like. You inspired this, thanks.
Well, you already donated that, but thanks for the donation, Methuselah. Appreciate it.
No VG, Pakistan and China are allies, and China uses Pakistan against India all the time. Most of Pakistan's military equipment is from China, so that's why I'm saying it's weird that Cody Pink is against Pakistan.
Well, they're complaining about U.S. military in Pakistan, right? And the U.S. historically has had better relations with Pakistan than India. So I don't think China likes Pakistan all that much. It's just that, again, China tries to sink... It's a communist strategy. They try to sink their claws into everything. So that's primarily what they're complaining about. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you hear that Iran tried to do a drone strike or something on the aircraft carrier and the USA shot it down? How fucking retarded. And there have been some explosions in Iran now. So you think this will be the incident that leads the US to attack?
They're guaranteed to attack. I think they're just trying to find Kilmany or Kamani. They're just trying to make sure that they have a location for Kamani to take him out, but they're gonna attack. Thanks for the donation, G.
Increasing your looks. You know, I mean, I was a nutritionist before I got botched. I've had a lot of surgeries
He is not a nutritionist.
in my life, double jaw surgery, all that stuff. It's surprising that not one of these people have done anything exceptional, especially clavicular. You know, they're all a bunch of frauds, industry shills, plants, whatever you want to call them, that are just here.
This guy he's talking about is a dork. He got older and he lost weight and got in better shape. I don't know why. It's just weird.
Their gig.
Okay, their gig. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Yeah, like it's just weird. This guy talks about like looks maxing strategies all the time. Like all he did was lose weight and he got a bit older. And like men generally look better when they're older. So it's really weird.
Here to make money. There's nothing special about these looks maxers. They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Usually when someone is popular, when they are famous, they...
Oh, so Frank's jealous. He's jealous that there's dudes who didn't need any surgery to improve their look substantially, and they have a bigger platform than him, but he did all these surgeries and he doesn't get the attention that they get, so he's just complaining.
They have something important or something valuable. These people bring no value. They have no clue
Frank brings no value to anybody. He's a fucking retard.
what they're talking about, no clue what they're doing.
No clue of what they're talking about or what they're doing. This is the guy who got the eye surgery that made him cross-eyed. And then after the fact, he tried to make the excuse that, oh, they tricked me, when he's the one who didn't do any fucking research.
Just snake oil BS.
He's a fucking idiot.
What's up, guys? We're going to do an egg giveaway on Frankie's Strange Meat. These big boxes of 12 dozen eggs, $125 value. I'm going to give away at least 10 of them, depending on how well this video does. If something crazy happens, I might give away 50 boxes of eggs. But all you got to do is like the video, leave a comment down below, share it if you can, but just by liking and leaving a comment will make you eligible for the giveaway. I'll probably give the video...
That makes absolutely no sense. I don't know how he's going to give away products to people who he can't message and doesn't know their address.
So like a good week or two, maybe 3 weeks, and then we'll send out all the boxes depending on how many I decide to do. I see a lot of people doing giveaways. It's like really silly stuff, like one thing. But we're gonna give away probably, you know, between $3,000 and $5,000 worth of eggs. And we've always been very generous on Frankie's Strange Meat because every single week, through our percentage discounts on our orders, you know, 5% at 200, 10% at 300, 15% at 500, we give away thousands and thousands of dollars of discounts every week, and that doesn't include the free products you get at various increments. You know, you get a free ground beef at $150, free sourdough at like 300. At different increments of order value, not only are you getting discounts percentage-wise, you're also getting free items. We'll probably do a tomahawk. This video does really well. I mean, the eggs have...
Sounds like lying.
You know what, VG? Honestly, the world was better off when the dinosaurs were still roaming the planet long before our garbage species existed.
I don't know about that. A lot of dinosaurs seem pretty mean. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Coronabro donated $2. Putin agreed to an energy infrastructure ceasefire for a whole week. Now Ukraine is attacking Russia's energy infrastructure. Zelensky sure does a good job of looking like a jackass and making Trump hate him. I never heard about an energy infrastructure ceasefire. Russia has lied about literally everything they've done, so who the fuck cares? They know this is, like, again, the only reason Russia would agree to, like, an energy infrastructure ceasefire is because they're absolutely fucking desperate, and this is ruining them. So why would you stop? Like, who fucking cares? So, yeah, good on them. Keep blowing away the Russian fucking oil refineries.
For the first time in my life, I decided to look up Scientology to see what it actually was. Because, you know, we all hear about it, like, I don't know, 15, 20 years since I was a kid. Scientology. And for some reason, the other day, I was like, what is it? And I Googled it. And Scientologists believe that humans are immortal spiritual beings who have lived past lives and are trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. And that's actually my understanding of what we are. You know, we're living different lives to experience different things and grow our spiritual selves. And who knows if we even live lives as animals, but like, I don't know.
Doesn't Frank believe in, like, heaven and hell? So how does reincarnation make any sense with that paradigm?
What they actually do in the church and what type of kooky stuff they do, and like having donations and money. I don't really know how involved it is, but from like a base level understanding, to me that makes more sense than most other religions. So I don't know.
Well, Frank's a retard. Confirmed.
If you're gonna,
this guy literally looks up Scientology and is like, yeah, that makes sense.
cough up all this money for Marpy, why not just get braces and then try to get double jaw surgery covered by your insurance? You know, why not wait until after the double jaw surgery procedure to see if you even need Marpy? And that's a much safer bet than doing the Marpy first. Like, I had double jaw surgery. I think my upper and lower jaw are kind of like the same width. And to me, it seems like there is no real scenario where you would do Marpy, because in development, if you're underdeveloped, both your upper and lower jaw are going to be developed. Now, if Marpy actually widened both the upper and lower jaw, we'd be having a different conversation, but it
Well, even if it did that, it's going to fuck up your teeth. You can't just widen your jaw.
doesn't. Marpy makes your jaws asymmetric because it only increases the upper palate width. It doesn't.
Well, look at the guy's fucking teeth. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't make much sense to me to increase the width of the upper palate with.
These people are retarded, by the way. Like, just out of this world stupid.
Before passing out the other day, I had burps you've not seen before saved, but unfortunately I don't know where I saved them. I did save them, VG, don't worry, I'll try to find them, okay?
I'm really looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. Dodo donated $2, let me see.
There is no such thing as withholding sex. Ladies, be so careful when you're learning relationship advice in a freaking patriarchy. So much relationship advice is catered to men. Communicate.
This is so easy. If a bitch won't have sex with you, kick her to the curb and find someone else who will. If only men knew that. It's that easy.
Communicate. Communication is certainly healthy, but when you're communicating with an unhealthy man, when you're talking to a
Like, it just shows you, like, how fucking insane women are, by the way. Why in the hell would you not be interested in having sex with your partner? Like, I can understand not being in the mood for a day or two, but, like, when you're going weeks without ever having sex, like, anything, can't even, like, give the guy a hand job. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're, like, women are clearly getting something out of the fucking relationship that has nothing to do with, like, romance. These are the types of women who will just try to take advantage of some dipshit and, like, get their money. So, like, I wish men would, like, be taught this in school. Like, it really should, because it's just crazy how fucking cucked society is, and how fucking insane And like again, like the misandry. Like I've grown up as a man, and like I've seen this like gaslighting bullshit where you're told like, oh, you can't pressure your partner for sex and all this shit. It's like, why the fuck are you in a relationship? So these women are just trying to take advantage of you. If they're not having sex like a few times a week, there's something wrong. And they're trying to take advantage of you and get money from you or something, because there's absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever that you should be in a relationship and your partner isn't interested in having sex a few times a week. Like, these women are just fucking crazy lunatics who are just trying to take advantage of, like, dudes. And again, society will like try to gaslight you and be like, you can't pressure somebody to have sex, and oh, women don't have as high of a sex drive, so it's normal. Like, it's not normal. It's fucking retarded. And again, like, there is a transaction, you know, in a relationship. Like, somebody, like, you each provide something, right? So, like, men are interested in sex, women are interested in nonsense. Like, they want somebody to pay for their fucking shoes or something. And, like, if a dude isn't getting sex in the relationship, then, like, he's really not getting fucking anything. And they're trying to convince you that men shouldn't get anything and women should get whatever the fuck they want. It's just nuts. But yeah, these women are fucking psychotic freaks.
Don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely true. Ricky Gervais is based.
Not only is he suing the government that he is currently running for $10 billion, he's also planning to figure out a settlement that he will pay himself. This is the first time a sitting president has sued his own executive branch, and it's also one of the nuttiest lawsuits ever. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, 2/3 of their total annual budget, because his taxes were leaked while he was running the IRS.
You're suing the IRS. Talk a little bit about what it's like to be on both sides.
Yeah, this is bizarre.
It's very interesting. I have another one where, I've virtually won the Mar-a-Lago break-in suit. And, I have to work out some kind of a settlement. I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself.
Yeah, I'm going to offer.
Yeah, the Trump administration is pretty fucking corrupt. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That may be, but they still were nowhere near as human, even if they were killing and eating each other for survival. At least they were only doing it to live. Humanity does much worse for their own selfish reasons.
Well, doesn't really matter to the victims, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Forgot my namification, Tony Tillers. Given how broke Frank is, I would bet money Frank was trying to figure out if he could start a pyramid scheme cult to trick his followers. That's the only reason he was researching Scientology. Yeah. The insurance scams and the bullshit lawsuits aren't working out for him, so it wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Are you an anti-natalist? I was debating with my cousin on it and he asked me if I think life is so bad, why don't I just off myself? I think his counter-argument was stupid and misses the point, and antinatalism holds a lot of weight.
I'm not an antinatalist. Antinatalism does not make any sense. And it's entirely due to practicality. Like, they give no practical solutions to the obvious issue with antinatalism. So there's a political issue, for one thing. People are generally not interested in antinatalism, and people even if they're not personally interested in having kids at this very moment, most people do think that they may be interested in having children in the future. Or even if that isn't the case, most people are in favor of people having kids if they want to. So it's not a very politically popular kind of position. And the types of people who are going to be most interested in antinatalism are actually like fairly privileged people. So like the only exception may be like in India. I know there is actually kind of an antinatalist community in India. But it's mostly fairly wealthy people from like, you know, modern Western countries that are interested in antinatalism. You're never going to convince like people in Afghanistan to become antinatalist. So like, let's just say antinatalism does become like a successful political movement in the US, Canada, Europe, Australia. Like, okay, well, what about absolute fucking retarded, regressive Islamic shitholes where people have like fucking 20 children families? Well, you're just going to be left with a way worse situation where you have totalitarian fucking fascism existing, and all the people with the more sensible political beliefs died off because they wouldn't have children. And even assuming you could convince the entire human race to not have children and we all die off, okay, well, what about all the fucking wild animals that are left? Now, like, because you decided to not have children because you thought it was immoral to bring children into a world where they're going to suffer and die. Well, okay, well, now all the animals have to live in a world where they're going to suffer and die, and they live far worse, more difficult fucking lives and die much more violently than humans do. So if you're interested in reducing the amount of like suffering and death and everything in the world, your interest should be to increase the human population and improve the well-being of humans and try to minimize wild animal suffering by creating more and more human habitation. Like, the opposite of antinatalism would be more effective in achieving the fucking goal they want. So it just doesn't make any fucking sense fundamentally. There's no practical solution to it. Like if we go by Gary Amendam's, definition of, what is it, ephilism? Like, ephilism doesn't make any sense, but if we use a more charitable view, that does make sense. Like, where, extermination is a moral good, that makes far more consistent fucking sense because it would, in fact, actually achieve the goal they want. So, like, they want to set off every nuclear bomb and, like, kill all living life on the planet. That would make more sense than antinatalism. But yeah, antinatalism just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I'm not an antinatalist for that reason. Thanks for the donation, though, antinatalist. Goober, $92. Do you like Avatar: The Last Airbender? Never watched it. It just looked gay. I didn't like the animation. The characters looked gay and lame, so I never watched it. If so, who's your favorite character? Also, which type of bender would you be? Well, I guess it would either be airbender or firebender because, one, if I was an airbender, I could lift girls' skirts up, which would be pretty handy. And, yeah, or firebender because lighting people on fire just sounds like fun. Thanks for the donation, Goober.
British cat humor.
I guess it would either be airbender or firebender because, one, if I was an airbender, I could lift girls' skirts up, which would be pretty handy. And, yeah, or firebender because lighting people on fire just sounds like fun. Thanks. I don't think that had anything to do with cats, but thanks for the donation, even though.
I don't care about the victims. Even then, at the end of the day, the dinosaurs were not as bad as humans.
I don't know about that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Dinosaurs are pretty cool, though. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Melinda Gates.
The emails in the files suggest that Bill Gates had additional affairs and that he tried to get medication to treat a sexually transmitted infection, and that he was going to give you the medicine without you knowing. His representative has said all of this is false. It is not on you to have to respond to the details of that alleged behavior, but I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles with these details.
Sad. Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right? And again, I'm able to take my own sadness and look at those young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to those girls, right? And so for me, it's just sadness for, you know, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to leave I felt I needed to eventually leave.
Did she get any money in the divorce? Holy fuck. She's acting like she's a victim getting cheated on by her husband when supposedly she got $76 billion in the divorce. If I was promised $76 billion, I would let my wife get dicked by like fucking hundreds of black dudes. Like, that sounds like a pretty sweet trade-off to me. Like,
Leave the foundation. So it's just sad.
Get fucked. What a dumb bitch. Marries a fucking billionaire, is surprised a guy who has an unlimited amount of money and options cheated on her, acts like a fucking victim when she got $76 billion in the divorce. Like, what a fucking clown. Fuck right off. Like, that's just a joke. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Rec donators, are you ever worried about overpopulation of humans like in the future? Do you think that'll ever be an issue? Well, no. We're going through a phase where the Earth seems to be depopulating. People are having less and less children. So that was a worry like a couple decades ago, but it's pretty clear that as time has gone on, fewer and fewer people are having children, and there's a variety of reasons for that, but the primary reason is there's just no practical motivation for anybody to have kids. So yeah, we're not going to overpopulate. Things are working their way in a way where we're depopulating on our own. Thanks for the donation, though, Rack.
I think Dodo is wrong about Pakistan. Most of Pakistan's weapons historically have come from the USA, because they had a very good relationship against India. But now India is coming closer to USA and Pakistan is getting quite close to China.
Yeah, and it seems like Code Pink was just complaining about US military presence in Pakistan. So yeah, it's just a Chinese propaganda thing. Thanks for the donation, G.
You've been celibate for over a year now. As if you need to have sex several times a week, LMFAO. If your girlfriend were asexual, I could see you tolerating that.
Why would I have a girlfriend? If I'm interested in having a relationship, then I'm interested in having sex. If I'm not interested in having sex, then I'm not going to have a girlfriend. It's that simple. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Okay, that was really weird. I don't even know how your stream got in there. Here's the link.
The Golden Labrador, unique amongst canine breeds because it has the ability to act as a seeing eye for the visually disabled, a task no animal was capable of. That is, until now. Thanks to modern training techniques here at the Animal Psychology Unit in Barnstead, the world of the visually disabled has become that much more assured since the introduction of the guide cat. Trained to a very high standard, the guide cat will lead its master along safely, making a wide detour of natural hazards. The guide cat is ever aware that its first duty is the care and safety of its master. The guide cat is also trained to remain poised and calm, whatever the crisis. It even knows where to stop and
That's a pretty nice cat.
wait for a number 53 bus. He can also calculate distances and always chooses the most desirable route home. And that busy highways can be a danger to life and limb. Until at last, it guides its thankful master back to the security and comfort of his own home.
I want a guide cat. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou. Dodo donators, to be fair, Melinda Gates was a senior manager at Microsoft and was working there since early on before she married Bill. And she has a computer science degree, so she's not a complete dumb, useless bitch. She has not done anything to warrant a $76 billion divorce settlement. $76 billion. Like, there has to be a sensible cap on how much you can be given in a divorce settlement. It's just outrageous the amount of money these women are getting from a divorce. Like, it should be capped at like probably maybe like 200,000 at most. Like, even that is a little ridiculous. But like, there has to be a like somewhat sensible cap on how much women can actually get in a divorce, because that is just an outrageous transfer of wealth. There's no chance anybody could contribute enough to a relationship to warrant that kind of divorce settlement. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
That's wonderful news because humanity sucks ass.
Yeah, like, it'd be better to have less people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maybe you'd want a girlfriend for things other than sex, like eating blueberries out of her toes while you wear a Batman mask, cuddling, watching movies together, playing games together. Or do you already do all that stuff with Isaac? What if she had money?
Well, you'd just be friends or roommates. So, like, like, that's just not a relationship. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
I will never stop speaking out against BBLs because it is absolute insanity that a woman will spend 15, 20, however many thousands of dollars on a stinky flesh diaper instead of going to the gym for a few months and following a high protein diet. And I don't want to say women are lazy, but I think of my Amish buddies a lot, and like, the men work crazy, crazy hard physical all day. 10, 12, 15 hours a day physical labor. But the women work hard too. At least half as hard as the men. And if these modern ladies saw how hard these Amish women were working physically, it would shock.
They do not work hard. BBLs give you a certain look that is not naturally achievable for most women. Oh my god. So, the thing with the BBL, like, especially if it's done well, it creates a lot of mass in your upper butt cheek that, like, black girls have that you're just not going to get from, like, training and exercise. So, it's just a totally, these are some bad before and after photos. Like, they're not particularly good, but there's some bitch I made a video about who got a BBL, and what was retarded is she's like a fitness influencer, and she has like some butt building workout program. Like, it's just retarded. But it gives a different look that you can't get from actually weight training. Like, unless you're black, but you know, most women aren't fucking black, so it's just kind of retarded to say something like this.
There's just a disparaging, like, physical activity difference between young women and men, and girls really don't like going to the gym and working out and stuff. But that kind of, we're seeing a.
Yeah, again, like, if you have white girl butt syndrome and like your butt just can't get big and bubbly, like, again, it just gives you a certain look that you can't get from training. Yes, temporary odor can occur after a Brazilian butt lift, but it's usually manageable with proper hygiene and not an inherent part of the surgery. Causes include fluid buildup, sweat, bacteria, potential infection with good aftercare crucial to prevent. Mild smell in the first few days is common, but strong, persistent. Foul odor with redness, fever, increased swelling. Okay, so I don't know where the fuck she got this. Like I've had surgery on my knee, and if you've ever, like, if you're cut open and you're like bleeding out, you're gonna smell like blood and stuff.
Postal Service.
I don't know where she got that. Dustin Poirier donated $2. Yo, where did you get that pizza from? From the bar down the street. And what's your go-to pizza place in the West End of Ottawa? I've never gotten pizza from Ottawa. Not gonna dox you, but I live like 4 blocks away from you. Also, did you up your doses recently? Missed the stream. Yeah, I was only on 267 milligrams test per week. Now I'm doing 350 test and 6 milligrams Boldenone a day. So it's 50 milligrams test per day, which works out to 350 a week. And 6 milligrams Boldenone per day, which is, I think, 42 milligrams a week. Thanks for the donation, though, Dustin.
Service now is like a complete disaster. And when they do lose or steal my packages, it happens to be like something that's $900. And the biggest problem is if they mark it as delivered, you can't get a refund from the person you purchased it from, you know? I went through my security cameras. I confirmed there was no delivery that day. They still had the package marked as delivered. I contacted eBay. They wouldn't give me a refund. I had to file a chargeback on my credit card. Complete disaster.
Oh my God. The guy who complains about people doing chargebacks admits to doing a chargeback.
But I really wanted the product. Very expensive Pro Press. I got a good price on it on eBay, but it doesn't matter if you get a good price on it if someone steals it. I had this happen to me like 2 years ago with, I think it was a generator or commercial.
He has to be lying. So he probably ordered it, said it wasn't delivered, and then is trying to get a refund so that he can just steal it.
Dehumidifier in New York. I guess they saw that it was like a big expensive package and decided to take it for themselves, but...
Yeah, so he's lying. He's just uploading this video so that he can tell the company that it was stolen or something.
this package theft with like Amazon, USPS, FedEx, all this stuff is
He's full of
costs
shit.
an average consumer's a lot of money. There's no.
He's completely and utterly full of shit. He has security cameras around his building too, so he would have the footage of it. So he's just lying. It's hilarious. This is the guy who was fucking complaining that people are doing chargebacks and scamming him, then he's doing it.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the...
Dodo donated $2. What is Destiny up to? He's probably just playing Arc Raiders. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that
Hopefully the population will continue to decline until our worthless species is completely extinct.
I don't think it'd be a good idea for humans to go extinct. It would be good if, like, idiots went extinct. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
He knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter-accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're gonna notice this trend is true, that everyone we're gonna talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never...
not? Humanity blows. Our worthless species does not deserve to live.
I don't think that's the case for every human being on the planet, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005 where these charges are from.
Fuck. Donate $2.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. You'll never come on my property again.
We didn't go on your property. We drove past it.
Okay, you littered on my property.
No, we distributed a flyer.
Sitting in the car.
That's fine.
We're giving you literature. You saw me. Yeah, you did. You saw me.
We're giving you literature.
Yeah.
Are you Jewish?
What's that?
Are you Jewish?
I am.
I can tell. Your eyes are really close together.
I know. I am very Jewish.
Good.
I'm a rabbi.
Go back to Israel.
Okay. Good.
Big ass cocks right here flexing. I think I'm just not gonna watch these.
Fucking floors. This is fucking bananas.
Bananas.
What the fuck's going on? Piss in the fucking urinals.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo Donators, imagine learning this guy is or was your surgeon.
On May 29th, 2025, a former Illinois neurosurgeon was caught secretly filming over 50 hospital employees using a staff bathroom.
Now I can't talk to the network, all right? That's all.
That is pretty fucked up and weird.
So here's the deal.
Yeah, that would be upsetting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Although I would say that Pakistan still has a good relationship with the USA. These alliances can sometimes be weird. Like how India is very close with Iran economically, part of BRICS, but very close with Israel ideologically. Most Hindus love Israel.
Yeah, it is really weird. Pakistan sucks. Like, they're just terrible. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Richard. React to how delusional Larry is.
Oh, boy. Oh, God. Ooh, this is bad.
No, I have not.
Oh, you signed a prenup?
Somebody's asking me if I signed the prenup. I'm like, I have not.
Funny, I did bring it up a couple times early on, but I decided not to go forward with that.
This guy is so fucking stupid. So stupid. If you're considering marrying a chick and she refuses to sign a prenup, then it's very clear that she doesn't want a relationship with you and she's just using you for money. If she was actually interested in the relationship, then she'd have no trouble signing the prenup. Like, it's just so dumb. And, like, here's the thing that a lot of dudes, like, I don't know why this happens, but you can find other women. Like, the kinds of things men are interested in. She's got to be pretty, like, be good in bed, I guess. Like, you know, you have to have, like, sex enough to be satisfied. And maybe just a little bit of interest in your general hobbies. Like, that's it. Like, that's very fucking easy to find. Women, on the other hand, oh, he has to make a certain amount of money. He has to be a certain height. His penis size has to be the right size. Like, oh, he has to be clean. He has to do this and that. Like, that's harder to find. It's harder to find men. You know, there's that like rule of sixes joke. 6 figures, 6 feet tall, 6-inch penis. That is rare. Like, you're talking about a top 1% kind of, like, dude. But the kinds of things men are interested in, like, just being good looking, like, decent at sex, and, like, just some general level of interest in some of your hobbies, every fucking chick can, like, fulfill that role. So it's like, why in the fuck are you, like, hooking up with this liability who's refusing to get a fucking prenup when you can get any other fucking bitch? You could probably find a better partner, really, realistically, because the one you pick probably isn't the best choice. And then you're going to sign a contract where she can steal half your fucking wealth? Like, it's outrageously stupid. Larry is just a fucking mega dumbass simp. Like, this is the guy who fucking wasted all of his fucking money on some OnlyFans bitch. He's embarrassed to admit this, but he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars paying some OnlyFans whore. Like, this guy is a mega ultra, like, giga simp. I can't get over how fucking stupid and how much of a cucked fucking bitch this dude is.
I trust her.
Like, dude, it just seems like he's... Like, look at his face. Like, you can tell he hasn't really thought about this enough, and then he's like, oh man, oh god, what have I done? Like you can tell the look in his face. Like, what have I fucking done? Oh god, I hope this works out.
I hope you signed the pre.
Like, and you know for a fact this chick is only with him for the money. So as soon as she, like, As soon as she gets an opportunity to steal his money, like, she's going off with that cash, dude. Oh boy, what a fucking idiot. He's gonna get financially ruined, I can guarantee you. It probably won't even be that long. She's only gonna stay with him probably for another couple years, and then she's gonna get a divorce, and then like that'll be it. And then she's gonna steal half his wealth, bankrupt him. He's already got money problems. Like it's over for him. Thanks for the donation, Saxby.
We already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're gonna talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're gonna talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation. The people who...
I might save that video and then make a video about it.
Protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote,
also, would you say that the atrocities in Bangladesh during their civil war with Pak 1970s was a genocide? If so, kinda funny that the country that claims to be protecting Muslims from Hindus committed one of the biggest genocides against Muslims.
I don't know enough about that. Given their history, the Muslims probably started it, so I'm not so sure about that. Wasn't wasn't that like a similar kind of controversy that happened with Serbia? You know?
Oddychacia, do Petrovca sela, do Petrovca sela. Srpska zemlja, napadnuta cijela, napadnuta.
Like what's funny is like everybody talks about the Serbia genocide, but what they don't acknowledge is like the Muslims like initiated that war, and then it seems like it's kind of unclear and weird, but like somebody ordered like summary executions, and then the one Serbian general or whatever was convicted of like war crimes. But the Muslims started it. It wasn't just like, oh, let's kill all the Muslims. No, they started it. So like given their history, like again, yeah, they probably started it. So
Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not...
Thoughts on Epstein? Can't help but think this whole thing is a credit to the Western system for all its flaws. The powerful wanted this squashed. Pressure over time has told and will continue. Good luck getting this kind of expose in Russia, China, Qatar.
I don't know why you're asking me to waste my time with such a stupid fucking question. Thanks for the donation, Minister Beanst.
A good guy who was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get copy of their passports and bring him to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens.
Dodo and each other's VG an hour ago. You need to be competitive to get a job.
Go back to when this video game critic uploaded a clip of himself somehow struggling to beat the Cuphead tutorial. But although he just thought it was funny, he never expected it to actually permanently change how video game journalists are perceived. You see, back in 2017, Dean Takahashi, the lead writer...
Not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here. Even
it was like just a huge cover-up.
When you say Muslims, who do you mean? I meant whether or not Pakistan, Muslims, committed a genocide against Bengalis, mostly Muslim. I heard the dictator of Pakistan said we will kill 3 million of them and have the rest eating out of our hands.
Muslims don't think all Muslims are Muslims. Like, there's Sunni and Shia and shit. I don't know, dude. I just told you I don't know anything about it. Thanks for the donation, G.
Even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stablecoin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country.
Killing Titan donating $2. Great! We're done! Dodo donated $2, react to this, can't, we're fucking done. Because my stupid fucking Bluetooth won't work.
Calling someone an idiot and a retard for speaking an opinion. Because it's an opinion, it can't be stupid. Well, you know what? It's my opinion that you're a fucking idiot.
Very, very, very fundamental level. I essentially want to create like the best world for.
Stop and hit the bong like Cheech and Chong. Yeah, fucking
God, I'm so fucking angry.
COVID-19 vaccines hella not vegan, just saying, well, first of all, bye-bye, you're banned from my fucking chat. Second of all, no, it is vegan, you stupid motherfucker. So get the fuck out of my chat, you stupid motherfucker. I don't want to see you in here ever again unless you make a new account, admit you're fucking stupid, and don't spread anti-vaccine dumb fuck nonsense. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm not going to react to the whole fucking Asmongold video. Why the fuck do you think that is? Do you think I'm in a fucking mood where I want to look at that stupid shit?
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP.
You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, let's see how, like, out of shape I am, huh? You wanna fight me in a fucking cage and see how out of shape I am? I guess I don't have to be in great shape to fight you, would I, dipshit? I just have to smash you on your fucking head! 50 feet with SMG is sniping? What are you, fucking retarded? Do you know how fucking far a fucking ACP will go? Border were probably used by fucking children, you fucking hypocrite!
But I was about to play online matches. Well, the full game isn't released, so that would be impossible. And it literally says in the fucking title, campaign. So why would you think that? I can tell you why. It's because you're a fucking idiot! You know what, dipshit? I just want to punch your fucking face in. Let's set up a boxing match because you're too stupid to fucking debate. I'm so sick of you. You're a fucking idiot. I'm gonna scramble your fucking brains in so fucking hard, you're never going to be able to have a fucking debate in your life again. You're just...
You're gonna need to eat some meat.
And that was before steroids. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Smiley face Brock Pierce with the subject line Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying.
You see Revival Fitness made a video shitting on veganism. That guy looks bad for a writer. As far as I know, he doesn't take steroids. Revival Fitness. If he's on gear, that is a little embarrassing. Wes Watson threatens lawyer's family in court. That's a new one. Is this recent? Where's the video where he shits on veganism? Like, I know he's a retard carnivore dieting dumb fuck, but where did you get the idea that he was on steroids? Because again, as far as I know, he's natural, he looks natural, and none of his lifts are particularly good. Like, he struggled to bench 315. I don't know what the fuck you're...
Let me read this to
you. Yeah. Well, anyway.
The redactions, like the way they did this, is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his "we're gonna crush the trafficking" narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary.
Revival Fitness says he's on steroids? Where did he ever say that?
chest up.
Does this guy have like Instagram or anything? Like, honestly, it's a little surprising that this guy would be on gear. This was last year. Does he, like, mention... I've literally never heard him mention... Well, where did he ever mention that he's on like, okay, you're just wasting my fucking time.
About Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, do you think I can do my own video?
I love how some jackass fucking comes in here. Did you see the video he posted about veganism? And look, it makes no fucking video about veganism. You know he's on steroids? Show me one post where he ever mentions that he's on steroids. No, he said it. Like, fuck off. Like, get the fuck out of my chat. You fucking
video interview and upload it
asshole.
to YouTube. No sandbagging. Interview format or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make.
Of course 90% of the comments are agreeing with Megyn Kelly because she a MAGA bootlicker. And this reporter is also anti-vax dumbass who think he knows what he talking about. Bullshit propaganda.
Reporting, and you take so much shit for it. I just deeply, deeply respect you and follow you avidly. You were right about like so much during COVID. They banned you, they censored you, they smeared you, and all along you're.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, yes. Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorming. How do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now,
Artemis 20 Tellers is next Muslim. Very ashamed of how I pandered to Zionists and white supremacists in the past. The dehumanizing rhetoric against Muslims and Arabic-speaking peoples is why so many Westerners are able to emphasize. That's great. Thanks for the nation, stupid.
I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws.
Islamophobia is indeed a...
Don't care.
Right? They knew they couldn't run away from
Thanks
the
for the
crimes.
donation,
To
dude.
quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, Cat Bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced, it was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a
You can't post links in chat, you fucktard. So, again, if you can find a fucking video, or some, like, post he made on social media saying, like, what steroids he's on or whatever, you can send a link through Streamlabs, but, I think you're a fucking retard and out of your mind. He posted his, fucking blood work, not too long ago, where he was talking about his testosterone. His total testosterone was only around 1,000. You would have to be on very, very fucking low doses to have a testosterone of 1,000. And his total test was also not particularly high. Like his free test levels. It doesn't make any, like, he'd have to be on, like, what, 100 milligrams or something, or around there of tests. Like, why would he be on, like, such a low dose if he was taking steroids for performance enhancement? You're just a fucking idiot. So, stop wasting my fucking time by posting, like, dumb fucking retarded horseshit in chat. Shut the fuck up. You're a time-wasting idiot. If you can find something, send me a link through Streamlabs, but you're just a time-wasting fucking idiot who wanted me to waste fucking time looking at the guy's fucking channel for no reason. You also lied and bullshitted that he made a video on veganism recently. Oh, it's right there. He just posted it. Oh, what? It's not there anymore? Like, get the fuck out of here.
17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thought.
What was it about the Walking Dead game from the company Telltale that you didn't like? I loved it, because it's different. I also love the storyline.
For those sorts of story-based games to be enjoyable, again, the whole idea is to give you the ability to, like, choose your own pathway in a story. And lasting year for news cycle. Why are these all shorts? Okay, YouTube has, like, gone completely fucking retarded. Why in the ever-loving fuck would... Holy crap, they, like, ruined this website. Yeah, so for those story-based games to be enjoyable, like, again, the whole idea and kind of gimmick behind it is you can choose your own, like, pathway that you want the story to go. You have control over the characters, you can choose what they do. And in order for it to work, they have to let you make logical choices. So, like, if you want to do something silly, just to see what happens, like, you have that option, or maybe there's, like, no right or wrong, it's, like, you know, just a choice, based on preference, but, like, there has to be a logical choice in there. Otherwise, like, you really have no control over the story, and it just kind of becomes like any other fucking game. And, in that fucking Telltale stupid dum-dum fucking game, they don't let you make logical choices. I got to the point where, you know, that black dude found out that the family that he's staying with, they're all a bunch of psychotic cannibals. And then, well, what would a logical person do in that situation? Well, they'd probably grab a gun, hold them at gunpoint, and then tell their friends to also grab a weapon or a knife or something, and just get the upper hand. They don't let you make that kind of logical decision. Instead, you have the option of being a fucking retard or being a fucking retard. And it was just frustrating, and on top of that, it just felt like there was constant padding in the entire game where like it was melodramatic fucking nonsensical bullshit that like would just never fucking happen. And it was like written by a fucking 10-year-old who thought like some of the incoherent rambling nonsense where people are being dramatic like it is good storytelling. So it had really bad writing and storytelling, and again, like it didn't make you like let you make any rational fucking decisions whatsoever. So yeah, it was just stupid. Just downright fucking dumb. Couldn't stand it. It was so frustrating. And the more frustrating thing was just the horrible writing. I just don't want to listen to people blab for no fucking reason. It was just time wasting horse shit. And then it doesn't even give you the luxury of actually being able to like choose a sensible pathway in the fucking story. Like you're just watching dumb annoying idiots do dumb annoying shit, and it's like what the fuck is the point of the game? So I just absolutely fucking hated it. Where's this fucking video where he showed his testosterone results? And then when I try to search it, I can't fucking find it because the YouTube search tool is completely fucking broken now. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, congratulations, you're banned.
Bad news, VG, if you thought the coming out scene from Stranger Things was cringe, get a look at this.
I feel like my thoughts and beliefs have been so far misconstrued from anything even close to what I believe. I only want peace and safety and security for all innocent people affected by this.
Oh, so not only was he a faggot in the TV series or Netflix series, but he's a faggot in real life. I guess that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I wonder if he was the one who pushed for that stupid scene in the Netflix show. Yeah, hey, like, I think we really need, like, this big scene before the final battle where I tell everybody how much I love sucking dick and I hate pretty girls. I think that would, like, really, it's really important to add that in the show. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking brutal. What a dipshit. Dude, all of these fucking actors, like, they're the most cringe fucking losers on the fucking planet. Holy shit. I don't know if I could ever be a fucking Hollywood actor. Like, holy crap, are they fucking retarded? Just worthless, attention-seeking, dumb motherfuckers. I know he did a video showing, like, his testosterone results. Why in the fuck can't I fucking find this? It was fairly recent. I wonder if he delisted it. Really weird. I fucking hate how this fucking random idiot comes in the chat and then gets me, like, now, like, there's like, I would never have fucking had an interest in fucking looking for this horse shit, but like now I'm fucking triggered and I have to find this. Oh, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, so as far as I know, this guy is not on steroids. If he was, like, for one thing, he'd probably be bigger and stronger than he is. Like, this guy struggles to bench 315. You're not a better person because you stay natty. I think that's just like a noble natty critique. I know he... Testosterone, first cycle, only TRT. He made some fucking video. He might have delisted it, who knows. I don't know why he delisted it, but I literally just can't fucking find it. But yeah, I saw his blood test results. His total test and free test were not anywhere close to a level where you'd suspect steroids. His test was only at 1,000. If you were aiming for 1,000 test, like, you'd have to be injecting close to like 100 milligrams a week, which is nothing. And his free test, like, even if you only have 1,000 milligrams or nanograms per deciliter, your free test would still be elevated because exogenous testosterone elevates SHBG. So based on that blood work, he's not on steroids. And again, the guy fucking struggles to bench 315. He might not have the best genetics, like, he might not be naturally that strong, but to, like, it's not going to happen. So that fucking idiot who came into fucking chat, who, trust me, he said he's on steroids in this video. Like, fuck you. I ban that fucking asshole.
Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there,
Lol, this failure girl moved out of the US to try to open a business in the West Bank and didn't even last a year. It's worth watching it all because it gets better.
It's forcing me to log into TikTok to watch it, so can't watch it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying.
You think Gavin Newsom is probably the best option for 2028? Would you rather pick the Republican candidate or not? We're getting bad options on both sides. Kind of depends on who the Republican candidate is. Gavin Newsom's a horrible fucking person and just a dumb fucking gay retarded bitch. So turd sandwich, giant douche. Is there any right answer? I can tell you this, in Canada at the very least, you're a fucking idiot if you vote for the Liberal Party. But yeah, in the States, who the fuck knows? Like, if it was Gavin Newsom or Trump, depending on Gavin Newsom's stance on, like, Israel and some of his geopolitical takes, like, Trump's fucking stupid as fuck, but, like, big picture, some of the, like, a lot of the geopolitical stuff that Trump is doing is really good. Aside from the tariffs, like, that's just fucking retarded. So yeah, his actions in Venezuela, actions against Iran, his help of Israel, like, that's all great. The Ukraine thing is a different story. Gavin Newsom seems like somebody who'd be a cucked fucking retard, would try to restrict Israeli weapons, wouldn't want to intervene in Venezuela. So like, I just don't see him being great geopolitically in that sense. So I think the biggest issues going forward is really going to be a war with China, and honestly, Trump is probably a better president for war with China than Gavin Newsom, just because the guy's a bitch.
Like, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good.
Connor Sinan is streaming right now. How do you,
And if, I don't know, even like Greg, right? He talks about steroids and stuff like that. And imagine how many kids have taken steroids because of Greg. I would say like so many kids have taken steroids because of Greg. Probably more than he even realizes. Just from him talking about it. He never says to do it. I don't think anyway. But I'm sure a lot of people like watch his videos, and since he's educating them on it, they feel comfortable to take them because of Greg. And then Greg also has his TRT sponsor. So maybe if they want TRT, they just go on his link, boom, 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 and then they're on TRT. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to say, bro. I don't know. Only God can judge us at the end of the day. When would you do a Misfits brand risk boxing fight? Oh, man. I would do one soon, to be honest. I'm down. Steroids are lowering is IQ. Is IQ? Derek's the GOAT, dude. All right, let's continue.
Depression, all the things that go with it. Think about how bad drinking actually is. I didn't know how bad drinking was. I used to get drunk all the time in university and so on. I didn't know it was that bad. It's kind of like smoking cigarettes. When they first came out with that, oh, it doesn't cause cancer. It's not that big of a deal. But then when they had opioids, oh, that's not addictive. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And so if you're drinking alcohol, you've convinced yourself it's not that a big a deal. I mean, your mom does it, perhaps your grandparents.
Steroids have been on the market for almost 100
Greg
years.
told me that he used to have threesomes on Molly when we met. I met Greg and he was telling me, oh yeah, Connor, bro, I can do so much Molly. I guarantee I can do more Molly than you. He's gonna see this and be like, no, I never said that. But yeah, you did, Greg. I know you did. And yeah, Greg, I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that. Maybe don't clip it. Sorry. But yeah, Greg was a sender back in the day. I mean, the dude fucking sold steroids. Now,
yeah, he's a drug dealer.
I'm not saying that like in like a salty way. Like, I'm not trying to like, oh, you know, Greg told me this, and then I don't really know what he expects, though, to be honest, because it's like the one thing I was pissed at about when he made this video is like, bro, like, if you want the best for me, like, genuinely, like, reach out to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind if you make a video and you talk shit, whatever. Say I, like, lost all my muscle or whatever. Like, that's your opinion. But genuinely, like, if you're, like, concerned, like, why not just text me? And you can still make the video.
The wines, and it's normalized. It's one of the worst drugs in the world. I'm talking about
Being an Irishman,
alcohol.
Donny Tillers
It's
found the
worse
same post
than
on
half the drugs that
Instagram.
you could live.
Unironically, Connor's content is the same format as Greg's. Why don't you explain that actually? How is my content the same format? Dude, I'm a jack of all trades, buddy. I do all sorts of content.
I'm having a hard time
I'd love to hear
telling
this.
if
I wanna
that's
hear
a
this.
dude or a chick.
Do you really think that mushrooms, or for example, that green leaf is even remotely close to the same thing? It's
Okay,
way
it's a dude
worse
with
to
a
drink
really
alcohol
weird gay
than many of
haircut
these other
and
things.
Mars
And so
makeup.
I didn't know how bad drinking actually was. I mean, not to mention the accidents, driving, the
Why
things
are
that people
Korean
do to each other when
dudes
they're
so
drunk. Perhaps
gay?
they're married, they're together, the rage, the fights, the violence, the things that happen when you're out at the bars.
the
and so
fuck?
alcohol is so bad. Imagine being paid
Yeah,
to promote
Korean
it.
dudes
This is
are
what
gay
we're
as
seeing
fuck.
when we see promotion of gambling. You might think it's
He's wearing
harmless
makeup.
because, oh, it's not affecting me. What about those other people? You might be thinking, hey, drinking isn't that bad. I can handle it.
Weird.
You can,
No
but
wonder
they can't.
Asian chicks
The
don't
problems
want
that
to date
happen,
other
the
Asians.
deaths, the tens
Well,
of
that
thousands of
Instagram
people
link you
dying
gave me
each and every
doesn't
year
work. It's
from
just
drinking
sending me
alcohol.
to
You have no
weird,
idea how
bland
bad it
shit.
actually is. And so this is what's become of
I
the
clicked the
fitness
same
industry.
link you gave me again. It's not working. Some chick's butt.
Definitely not. I don't know.
Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
No.
I don't know if I'll ever do ketamine ever again, actually.
Yeah.
I don't
This is
know.
like a one and done experience, you know? You kind of just like that one up a little bit.
What did I do? You just got cooked, man. That's all. That's all.
Yeah. There's like liabilities, you know? So, you're liability maxing a little bit.
Connor, he's literally looking like a ghost here. I don't know. Like, as I looked at this, I'm like, is this actually AI? Like, what is going on? And so there's two things that this could be. This could be completely real. They did too much. It's not good. He's messed up. Or it's all fake. Hey, we tricked you. I didn't actually sniff anything.
Bro, it's AI, bro. It's AI. No. That was AI, bro. It's AI. What were you thinking when you got dressed that night? No, we went golfing. And then I was wearing that gay ass outfit. Fuck, I'm so pissed I was wearing that outfit. I was sure I was wearing something fucking cool.
Nothing went in my nose. Nothing was done. I just pretended. Does that make any difference whatsoever at all? Like, even 1% difference? No. Why? Because regardless of if it's acting or not, it's promoting what they're doing. If Togi is pretending to bet millions of dollars, but he's not, but pretending he is, how is that any different? Hey, look, oh my God, and then slam the table off. I don't want to have to spend 20 minutes fixing this. Does that make any difference if he actually bet it or not? Like, he's probably not actually betting millions of dollars. It's probably fake money, monopoly money, if you will. But does it make any difference? It's encouraging you to want to do the same. And to the same extent, if I start doing 1,000 milligrams of tren a week and I make videos promoting it and saying, look at how huge I am, and I did actually do the tren, I made it up. Does it make any difference whatsoever? I don't think so. And so I don't care if this is fake, stage, real. It's all bad. And this is what fitness influencing has become. Rather than actually influencing people to fit, we're influencing degeneracy, doing drugs, partying, doing loser activities, and not having any muscle. Like, are these guys actually training anymore? How often does Clavicular and Connor actually go to the gym? Fitness influencing, it's dead. What's replaced it is whatever's the easiest.
Greg, I got a message for you, buddy. Oh! 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 Yeah. You fucking like that, Greg. You fucking little fuck. Fucking like that. Fucking like that, Greg! Huh? Hmm? I'll fucking touch you, little fuck.
Does YouTube censor out comments that mention death?
Alright, yo, I'm gonna be real.
That was the only
Now you gotta,
controversial thing
bro, it
that
was
I
the
put in the
shirt,
comment.
bro. Like, I'm telling you, it was the shirt. If I was wearing a fucking tank top, I would have looked fucking awky, bro. And yo, like my hair, bro, too. Like, yo, like what is that fucking head top? Like, they got hats on. You know what I'm saying?
Are you able to type death in the chat without it getting censored?
Kind of mogging my fucking head top right now. But yo, okay, listen. If you want people to not take steroids, what you should be doing is instead of being like, yo, are we even training? Be like, yo, you look pretty good, bro. Because, like, okay, I'm not going to lie. In a shirt, this specific shirt as well, I don't look jacked. But, like, let's get a better frame because I can't really see. I don't look jacked. But, at the same time, That's how most people be looking.
Sometimes,
in
yeah,
the
it's stupid. The lot we can't
You know what I'm
type. It's
saying?
fucking
Not everyone
retarded.
is a 5'6" IFBB pro bodybuilder, Greg.
Dude, society is way
I'm not gonna
too
lie, I kind of look
sensitive
like
and
shit here,
cucked.
but this is like
Can't
a
say it,
healthy,
just tried.
fit
That's
guy.
fucking
You know what I'm
insane.
saying? I'm 6'2", 200 pounds. You know
Oh
what
my
I'm saying?
God.
I'm leaning. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to fall down, but guess what? I'm still like mewing a little bit here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's not that serious. You know?
He's lost essentially.
Like look at this. Look at me keep composure here. Look at me keep composure. Can we get a breakdown right here? Like, bro, look at me keep composure. Boom. I'm back up. You know what I'm saying? Boom. I take a look. I remember I was looking at that plant. When I looked at that plant, I was like, yo, I'm going to sit on this plant. You know what I'm saying? So then I look at the plant and I'm like, yo, I'm about to sit on the plant. Boom. And I'm trying to sit on the plant. As you could see, I'm about to sit on the plant. And then Sush gets this crazy idea to touch me. You know what I'm saying? And he tries to pick me up. And then we got a pop-up of Hussein Farhat for some reason. And then Sush is like falling down with me. And then as you could see, Clav is quite...
Can't even just say the
you know
word.
what I'm saying?
Fucking stupid.
Quite distracted or distressed, I should say. Can we get do we have like the full clip though?
In all seriousness, though, in what way is a coming out scene important to Stranger Things? Oh, that's right. It
Clav
isn't.
is just like, whoa, what is going on?
Yeah,
He
it's
he doesn't even know what's going on. Look at him. He's gonna
it's cringe as fuck, dude. That was
He's like,
so bad.
He's like, yo,
Thanks for the donation,
stay
Dodo.
down there, bro. He was like, yo, have a seat on the ground, buddy. But why didn't they just leave me though? I was just trying to fucking stay there. Healthy guy falls over. That's what I'm saying, bro. Clav looks bigger than you? Nah, come on, you're trolling. Clav doesn't even look bad though. I mean, he's still 180. Like, I'm 200 something. He's 180. We're still bigger than you guys, you know? Anyway. Clav is awfully tiny, bro. I mean, he doesn't even work out, though, to be honest. I think it's more embarrassing for me to be looking like that, TBH.
Nigga, where the fuck yo bitch has been the past few days? I'm gonna make your monkey ass work overtime for violating your slave duties.
I took yesterday off, basically.
Would you say
But
you
that's
looked up to
it.
Kyle from Nelk on the come up? Nah, I wouldn't say I
What is this?
looked up to him. Oh, Greg's recent videos on me. Nice. You kind of look like Mark Zuckerberg.
The protesters against the Islamic regime of Iran, or do you stand with the Islamic regime of Iran? Wait for your TikTok friends to answer.
Person, but I'm a very neutral person.
You're a very neutral person. You're not neutral about Israel, but you're neutral when it comes to Islamic Republic of Iran that has shot and killed 50,000 protesters in about a few weeks. You're neutral against an Islamic Republic of Iran that murders women who decide or dare to uncover their hair. You're neutral when it comes to an Islamic Republic that subjugates, oppresses their own people in Iran. That you're neutral. You don't have an opinion. You and Huda Beauty. But when it comes to Gaza and supporting terrorists and Hamas, you have all the opinions in the world, but none of the facts. So typical of your stupid generation.
You said you're not Israeli, but then you
No.
were like, I'm.
Yeah, fucking retarded. Well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Why is every show so slow paced and boring these days? Fallout and Peacemaker new seasons were both disappointments. Starting to watch older shows instead.
I liked Fallout Season 2. Like, it's a show, and it's, like, fairly expensive to make. So, like, I'm not expecting, like, a crazy, like, amount of action and, like, all that, but it was fun. So I liked Fallout Season 1 and 2. Haven't watched Peacemaker. But thanks for the donation, E-Nation. $2.82, let me see. Yeah, I'm not fucking with that anymore. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Looking like this, baby. Looking like an absolute sick cunt. Do you guys want to see like a physique update before we go to the freaking 6'2", 200 small? Not gonna lie. Yeah, but I would actually beat your ass. So it's like kind of awkward. Okay, let's get a physique update going. You mean he's switched up on you? Yeah, a little bit. Looks skinny, gotta hop back on. No, dude, I will hop back on, but I'm not hopping back on because I look skinny. Like, if I could just maintain this for the rest of my life, I'd say little bit bigger arms, a little bit bigger shoulders. I'm good. I don't need to work out ever again in my life. I'm so fine with that. And then I just get more tattoos. Go take your piss. Okay, fine. But I'm gonna show you my physique update though. Look at this. Hold up. Fuck, that's so sus. Just in the mirror like that is so sus. But yo, I'm looking pretty good, no? Come on now. Come on now. You don't think so? That's you fully pumped though? When am I supposed to show you my physique? Like when I'm in a fucking Arctic tundra? No, I'm gonna show you my physique in the gym. Cause this is my physique at the gym. This is when I'm working out. When else are you gonna see my physique? Are you gonna see my physique when I'm wearing a fucking winter coat, nigga? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that's good, bro. Appreciate it. How do you get more hoes? I don't know. This is the improvement. This is 1 week apart too. So, okay, let me explain something to you guys. I drank like 3 days in a row, and this is how my fucking physique was looking. So, if you don't want to have like a fucking tire of water around your waist, I really suggest like not drinking alcohol, because a lot of people think, well, alcohol dehydrates you. It does initially, and then when you drink water again, your body's like, oh, I need to hold on to this water, and then you get very watery looking. So if you drink alcohol, and especially if you have a lot of carbs after something like that, you're gonna look like an absolute bloat master. So then this is literally the difference. It's literally 1 week difference, and look at how much leaner I look. I mean, I guess the lighting's a little bit different, but it's both down lighting. You know what I'm saying? Do you notice stomach growth from GH? No. Of course not. GH won't even grow your stomach. That's insulin. Also, watch this transformation.
It's not responding to my comments.
Go back to leather jacket maxing. I lost that leather jacket, actually. Kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. How many rest days is too much? I'd say, bro, just take rest days as needed. That's honestly my philosophy. Guys, like, come on. Like, I'm literally mogging Greg. Like, me and Greg standing next to each other, that's like a complete and utter mogulation. No, I'm kidding. He'd still, like actually mog me. Okay, this was a little sus. Like, I don't know how I feel about, like, standing in the fucking bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Look at the tats, though. Are the tats not hard? Guys, chat, are the tats hard? Do you guys like the tats? What do you guys think? Can I get some comments, or are you just gonna fucking watch me? Why is bro encouraging alcohol? I'm telling you not to drink alcohol, fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't think
Natty,
he
I
is.
remember you saying steroids on the cabinets. Bro, they weren't even...
I think he's deliberately avoiding my comments. Doesn't want the smoke or something. Gee, donate $2. Let me see.
That was easy. What where do you keep your bingo? Who just keeps a whole bunch of empty boxes? There's gotta be something here. Finally! Yes! You've gotta be kidding me. What a giant waste of time. What are you doing?
911, what's the nature of
Oh my god!
No, she...
1, 2, 3.
That has to be AI. Cat thinks he can't retract my claws. Apparently cats actually think you're another cat, just like weird and stupid. Wow. Cat.
Completely black. Like.
Yeah, that's like Gum Gum.
Good morning, everyone.
Cat. Those are nice cats.
Stretch their arms out. Stretch their arms out. They freaking love.
Cat. Wow.
You want a stretchy?
Wow. Oh, I hear a cat. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh, that's a fat cat.
Oh.
Stretch their arms.
It's a good catch.
Alright, no yo.
It's the same one. Alright, thanks for the nation, G.
Once again, pro-Palestinians are being dumb again.
Yeah, what else would they be? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. H donated $2. Let me see.
Congratulations, you're banned. Didn't even last fucking 2 minutes. See you later, dipshit. The only reason he grew any muscle is because he was on steroids. Congratulations, you're banned. Congratulations, you're banned.
I'm so annoyed at YouTube just doing this constantly.
I think you'll be banned on YouTube soon. Cool. I think you'll be banned from my chat soon. See you later, dipshit. Is it love to fucking check out my workout streams? Is he on steroids? He said he's on steroids, and it's in the fucking title of the stream. Is he on steroids? You're banned. See you later. Chat, congratulations, you're banned.
Yeah, dude. Holy fuck. I've had a few streams where it was just crazy the amount of retards.
Am I still natural? Congratulations, you're banned. Is it in the fucking title?
Yeah.
Are you still natural? I'm fucking 20 pounds bigger than I was 2 months ago. Congratulations, you're banned. Like, holy mother of a fuck.
I love the way my shoulders look on steroids.
Like, have you found... Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a lot of banning. I think that was all in one stream, right?
Ban.
Yeah, that was a lot of bans. Thanks for the donation, H.
This is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well.
I asked if Connor Sinan knows you during a stream, and he replied saying yes, he doesn't want to debate you, so he didn't respond. People are fucking pussies, dude.
Well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, you know, right after.
Dr. Ninja's new Chubby Emo video.
Sitting there. All of this explains.
Oh, here we go. Some Ozempic horseshit. It's 40 minutes. Let's get through the Epstein stuff first. Thanks for the donation, doctor.
After their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails, and all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being intro to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations, we're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro, he's a longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us?
That's post 08, right? When you got the yeah. Dude. This is after the guy is a known fucking pedophile sex offender. 21st $22, why are you against voter ID? Because it just makes it harder for people to vote, and it doesn't do anything. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, that's why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads. And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things.
Yeah,
but,
pussy's low carb.
No, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says, that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean,
Again, this is after he was found to be a pedophile sex offender.
apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence, at least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize for putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history a little bit. Personally, to me.
Again, especially considering at this time, everybody knew the guy was a fucking pedophile creep.
As I'm viewing this, third hand, right?
Like, why in the fuck would you hang around somebody like that? It's just bizarre.
Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction, because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asked him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking
Yeah, right. So he's full of shit.
About the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you got to provide therapy.
He's full of shit. This is just a lie.
To, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it, but it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. Just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough.
Dodo Nutella is my favorite recent chiropractor trend group. This is insane. What is, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive. And he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he kind of, it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that, and I was like, well, you know, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, you know, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, I mean, now we find out some of the important work, I mean, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, oh, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey, they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean,
So he had something better to do than to be there for his dying son, which was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Like,
there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this
buddy.
in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just, there's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. You know, I didn't see, I was actually, you know, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, that's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy, or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful nudge nudge kind of way? I mean, here's some Woody
no, I've never done yoga. No, I wouldn't bother.
Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? How do we, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying, Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, got no evidence. Come on, I think I see a little bit of a scene right here where he's talking to a guy. He says, Paris with Woody. And the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people, and unfortunately,
that is truly, truly fucking bizarre. So yeah, this is like one of the most weird fucking cover-ups. Like, there are people who are clearly guilty of something.
Hi, Dr. Bernard here. I have firsthand knowledge of this medicine, not because I take it, but because I've worked on it. I'm not associated with any organization now here, so you're getting my unfiltered view. I'm not here to scare you out of your mind about taking these medicines, but I'm here to tell you that you need to be very sure you have a legitimate need to take the weight loss medicine. You've exhausted every single other viable option that doesn't involve putting this in your body, because it can cause lasting, direct and indirect changes to your body. Now, on the flip side, if you really do need it, don't ever let anyone shame you for taking life.
It's so bizarre that he prefaces the video this way, and it's like such a weird thing to make a video about a case report of somebody who supposedly had a adverse reaction to Ozempic. People who take Ozempic have a lower risk of dying, and it's because they're not as fat. Being fatter is more dangerous than being on Ozempic. So it's just such a weird way to, like, open the video. Like, oh, you better be worried about this drug that if people take it, they live longer.
Life-saving medicine. The cases I'm about to tell you about are rare, but at least 12% of all adults in America have already taken this. That's more than 30 million people, and with the oral tablet formulation now available, this number is only going to increase. If it's even 0.1% of people getting the problems I'm about to describe to you, that's still more than 30,000 people. KT is a 50-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with horrible nausea and vomiting. She tells the admitting nurse that over the last month, every day she would just want to eat less and less. This progressive decline in appetite was profound. At first, it started as not wanting to eat certain meals of the day. Then it became not eating for days at a time. A couple months ago, one of KT's friends had recently stopped taking...
Well, there you go. So she had, like... She just didn't eat. That's what the problem was.
Weight loss medicine, but had a giant supply left over. She gave KT what remained and told her how to take it, and KT started taking it without seeing a doctor in person, without getting a prescription. This is definitely something that you never want to do because weird things started happening.
Yeah. Stupid. So, again, do you need a doctor's prescription to take alcohol? Like, by the way, alcohol is the #1 cause of all emergency room visits. Extremely dangerous drug. So many people have acute fucking issues with alcohol that it's the #1 cause of emergency room visits. You don't need a doctor's prescription. But, oh, you don't want to take Ozempic without talking to a doctor for, like, does this make any sense? Like, it's just fucking retarded. So, the stupid gatekeeping that they have, it's all a racket. They just want, to have control over the drug market for certain drugs. That's all this is. It just makes it easier for them to basically have their own little drug cartel and have a monopoly on the industry. That's the only reason this whole process exists, where you can only get certain drugs with a prescription. So it's absolute bullshit.
Sometimes a sour sensation would drip under her tongue. Her eyes would quickly start to water as they would feel like they were squeezing out of her head, and she would empty her stomach in a way more intense than the previous time this happened, which was earlier that day. Nothing was consistent. She was taking this medicine for just a couple of weeks. Sometimes all of this would happen after she would eat, and it made her think that it was heartburn or indigestion, but other times...
Yeah, what I'm guessing, by the way, too, is she didn't actually know how to use one of these injectable pens. A lot of people, what they fucking end up doing... I've seen some idiots on forums talking about, like, peptides and steroids and shit. They're dumbasses who think you're supposed to, like, inject the entire vial at once of a certain peptide. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if she didn't know how to actually use these injectable pens or something, and she was injecting way more than she should have.
It would just emerge out of nowhere, same feeling, but no food at all. The burning would become so intense that it would bring her down to the ground. She'd take over-the-counter medicine for her stomach, proton pump inhibitor, the pink bismuth liquid, but every time she took antacids, she'd get dysgeusia, the sour metallic taste that emerges from the back of the throat, and the pain in her abdomen would still radiate to her back. None of this would go away. Maybe all of this is because of stress, she thought. KT told doctors that a burning abdominal pain emerged over the previous month, on the upper right side, wrapping around her back. When you look at an anatomical diagram, the right upper quadrant of the abdomen has organs that aren't on the left. The body tends to be symmetrical, it's just that the digestive tract isn't. The gallbladder is here, it's connected with the liver, and as you go further towards the dorsal, or the backside, the pancreas is there, and just below the pancreas is the right kidney. If there's pain in this area, any one of these could have something wrong, and further testing gave doctors more clues. Hey, I got a quick request. If you're learning something from this video and you're not subscribed yet, I'd really appreciate it if you did subscribe and come back to see the video that I publish next month too. I make these videos for fun and are also floating around her body through her urine. A blood test reveals that KT's kidneys are shutting down. Wastes that should be removed from her body through her urine are now floating around in her blood. And it's not just this. Parts of her liver have died and are also floating around in her blood. Her liver has shut down. If both of these organs are where she's experiencing pain, this should make sense. Except when the kidneys and the liver fail, they don't always hurt. They don't usually directly produce pain, meaning for KT, something else is the problem. But what? Doctors do a CT scan so they can look directly into her abdomen. They thought they knew what the problem was, but the image tells them that it's more than they thought. The gallbladder is connected with the liver. This is a small organ that stores excess bile, which is a fluid that helps digest fats that you eat. The liver makes bile, so these two organs work together at the common bile duct. This is where the gallbladder and the liver join to release bile. The problem is, the CT scan showed that KT's bile duct was dilated. There's a list of issues that can cause this, but not only that, her stomach was swollen with pockets of air and what looked like food material that was stuck there. Further down in her intestines, there was a massive stool burden. This was clearly several days worth of bowel movements that were just sitting there. All of this explains why her whole body hurts, but the scan reveals even more. Let's start with the dilated bile duct. Why is it doing that? Well,
this bitch is stupid. So she literally, like, didn't shit for a week and, like, didn't think anything was a problem. Like, it's just psychotic. Okay, Gummy wants downstairs. I'm just gonna put my pizza box away and then let the cat downstairs. I'll be right back. All right, come cuddle. Come cuddle. It's your good gum. You know I love you. I just put you upstairs because I didn't want you getting into my pizza. Oh. Yes. It's a good baby. My goodness. Really wants these rubs right now. Yeah. Sorry I had to lock you upstairs. Just trying to get my pizza too hard. This is a pizza cat. It's a good baby.
Given that parts of her liver have died, and that her liver has shut down, and that the liver empties some of its contents through the bile duct, then it means that all her problems could be coming from her liver. But we have to think this through. Sometimes if a tube or a pipe, like a blood vessel or a duct, is dilated, it's the body trying to respond to a blockage. If we're thinking of the bile duct, well, gallstones are famously known to block flow. We call this a cholelithiasis. Chola from Greek referring to bile. Lith also from Greek meaning stone. Iasis meaning a condition produced by something specific. Anyone who's had one knows that gallstones cause horrible upper right abdominal pain, similar to what KT's experiencing, except the scan didn't show that she had any stones. Nothing was blocking the way. This means that her biliary dilation is non-obstructive, and this narrows down the cause to two things. In the hospital, KT's nausea and vomiting continued to worsen. She told doctors that she had been taking prescription painkillers, only a couple tablets though. She had saved these from a knee surgery that she had years ago. She didn't take very many, and she had simply forgotten to say anything because it was just so insignificant to her. Doctors decide to do one more imaging test. They take a camera and send it down into her stomach to directly see what that mass was, and images told them exactly what they needed to know. Sometimes food doesn't digest all the way, and this could be because the stomach isn't moving things along. The entire gastrointestinal tract is a giant muscle, and it needs to contract and relax the entire way through in order to move things along. This is a continuous tract, so from your mouth to your other end is a giant tube. This mass that was found in her stomach was made of a collection of all the food that she's eaten over the last several days, piled up into one semi-solid heap. This is called a bezoar. It blocks flow in the stomach, explaining why she couldn't keep anything down, and as things stretched in her GI tract every time she ate or drank, it would add to the pain that she was already having because this was stuck in her gut. As the muscles in her GI tract try to accommodate this, the bile duct stretched out and dilated. But here's the thing. The bezoar is in her stomach. This is the upper GI tract. But there was a massive stool burden in her intestines. That's the lower GI tract after the bezoar. A blockage up here shouldn't also cause a blockage down here, meaning we still don't know why she had the bezoar and the massive stool together. What allowed these to form? Well, the stool means that the intestines weren't moving, but we also said that this particular bezoar is because the stomach isn't moving. So if we put these together and say that the entire GI tract isn't moving, then both of these simultaneously are caused by the same problem. Therefore, something slowed down or paralyzed her entire GI tract. It also caused dilation of her bile duct. Fluids backed up, they stayed still, and the swelling caused massive pain. But what does this? At this point, KT tells doctors about the weight loss medicine that she had gotten from her friend. Luckily, it was an approved manufactured product by a company, not a compounded one where it would be harder to verify exactly what it was, so they knew exactly what was going into her body. One of the side effects of this medicine is that it slows down the GI tract. The exact phrase that we use in medicine about this is delayed gastric emptying. This effect is partially how it was discovered in the first place, but sometimes in this.
So, some of this is a bit overblown. If you eat less, you have slower gastric emptying. Everything moves through your whole digestive tract slower. It's just that it's kind of like new poop pushing out the old poop, or food that you just ate pushes out the old poop. It's literally one of the mechanisms that kind of gets you going. So, she's talking about not eating for several days. That's probably one of the main reasons she had this fucking problem. I would also bet she also wasn't drinking much water either, which would make things even worse.
this is rare, it'll slow down the GI tract to the point where things don't really move at all. Gastroparesis. Gastro referring to the GI tract, and paresis referring to muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Delayed gastric emptying and gastroparesis are not the same thing. Delayed gastric emptying is normal with this medicine. It's part of how it works. Gastroparesis happens, but is not normal with this medicine. I didn't realize that might be a controversial statement. I'm actually kind of surprised that academic institutions are putting it this way on their websites, but let me explain. The words delayed gastric emptying refers to a side effect. The word gastroparesis refers to a chronic disease whereby someone has extreme abnormally delayed gastric emptying. Before this became weight loss medicine, while it was still a diabetes medicine, one of the most asked questions was the fact that the dose had to be titrated up so that patients could tolerate the GI side effects. There was an effort to ensure differentiation between delayed gastric emptying and gastroparesis. In English, delayed gastric emptying implies that it's just delayed, it's temporary, it's going to move through, it's just a little slower than normal. Gastroparesis sounds like paralysis, which implies it's over, it's done, it's never coming out, and that gut of yours is never moving ever again. But let me say it again, it sounds like that. Now you see the problem. It doesn't mean it's actually over. This is an unfortunate circumstance of English words, and at best, people might just mistake the two and their implications, and at worst, bad faith folks will use it to mess with people. Just know that you can expect this delayed gastric emptying to happen while you're on the medicine. Gastroparesis is the very extreme case, which if you do experience while taking it, see your physician in person, who you should have seen to get this medicine in the first place, bringing us back to KT's case. Why does
Yeah, it's just like with alcohol, where you have to go to the oh, wait, never mind.
this medicine slow down the gut? We need to understand what this medicine is. Slowing down the gut is not the only thing that it does. The name of the drug class gives us clues. Glucagon-like peptide 1 receptor agonist, GLP-1RA. Glucagon is a hormone, opposite of insulin. What does that mean? Insulin is the hormone released after you eat a meal. It tells your body's cells to take in the sugar from the meal floating around in the blood. It's an anabolic hormone, meaning that it tells your body to construct and build things based on that sugar, and this provides them with energy. Glucagon is the opposite of that. If insulin lowers blood sugar, glucagon raises blood sugar, and it does that by telling the liver to break down its stores of sugar. Whereas insulin tells the body to build things, glucagon tells the body to break down things. Therefore, glucagon is a catabolic hormone. So let's go back to the name glucagon-like peptide 1 receptor agonist. Science discoveries don't happen in order, and this is where things might get a little confusing. The weight loss medicine KT took is based off glucagon-like peptide, and glucagon-like peptide only looks like glucagon. It also comes from the same place as glucagon, but glucagon-like peptide doesn't do anything that glucagon does. GLP-1 is a hormone, but it stimulates insulin release. That lowers blood sugar, but also GLP-1 prevents glucagon from being released. This confusion is because science discoveries are made out of order, and the location where GLP-1 was found in the body was centered around glucagon, and the name probably wasn't changed because it took many more years to discover exactly what it did. Agonist means that the medicine pushes forward the GLP-1 signal. At a minimum, an agonist can be a fraction of or match the signal, and at a maximum, it can multiply that signal. There isn't some grand conspiracy behind this name intended to confuse the masses, but just know that this name refers to an opposite of an opposite. Glucagon is a catabolic hormone. It's the opposite of insulin, but glucagon-like peptide is the opposite of glucagon. It stimulates insulin, but it also isn't insulin. The most important thing to know is that because GLP-1 is a hormone, it does very many things to the body simultaneously, just like every other hormone. We just covered that it changes insulin and glucagon levels. We also just said that it slows down the gut, and it does that in multiple ways too. It's easy to boil it down and just say that it causes you to eat less. The problem when you do that is that you miss all the other mechanisms whereby things can and will go wrong and permanently alter the lives of millions of people around the world. It's not a good idea to minimize it, so if it's used inappropriately, it will throw the body off balance. A popular topic is how the brain connects to the gut. There's a physical connection via the vagus nerve. When a GLP-1 signal is sent from the gut, it tells the nerves to slow down. But sometimes, in very, very rare cases, the GI tract slows down so much that it looks like KT's case. When KT was admitted into the hospital, she couldn't take the weight loss medicine anymore because doctors didn't even know at first she was taking it. But now that doctors do know that she's taking it, they tell her no more doses for not only the time that she's here, but knowing that she's had this severe of a reaction to this medicine, it's not a good idea to restart it later if it can be helped. That takes care of the underlying problem. But even when the gut is able to move things along again, the bezoar still needs to be taken care of. This can't be handled without some help, meaning that KT is going to need some intervention. But what? Well, doctors could go in and mechanically disaggregate the bezoar. This would involve sticking the scope down her throat and swirling it around. But this can be risky because it's not the same thing as using a scope to just take a look. You have to swirl it around to break it up, and control isn't 100% precise, so there's a chance of damaging any part of the GI tract in contact with the scope. They could do surgery to remove it, but this isn't a complicated bezoar. Like, if it was a hairball, you actually can't use a scope to take that out because you'll pull on just more hairs, especially if it's a big one. And it could be hard to recover from that too. She might get an infection afterwards. That could cause massive problems also, so doctors elected to not do surgery. But something that's easy for them to try is to chemically dissolve it. This would prevent any direct physical damage that could happen. It could also eliminate any recovery time needed post-treatment. This would be a non-toxic chemical abundantly available, and a perfect chemical that fits all this criteria is carbonated soda. Diet in her case, because she did have blood sugar problems. The fizzy carbonation of the drink can mobilize stomach contents. The stretch of the gastric muscle from not only the liquid but also the carbon dioxide will help stimulate contractions to help get things.
Have you seen the new Sam Raimi movie? Send help, VG, it's amazing. Sam Raimi has done it yet again.
No. Apparently it's good. I've heard it's good, but I have not seen the movie. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Moving along. Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi were originally formulated by pharmacists, maybe for slightly different reasons, but at least in the late 1800s, they did find that the fizzy drinks were in fact able to help with some digestive issues. In one way, we've come very far with our current GI therapies, but yet in another way, the classics can still work at the right time for the right patient, of whom in this case is KT. Doctors gave her 3 liters of diet soda to drink over 12 hours. It's okay, it's in the hospital, so there's people watching. The first day, she didn't feel well. She couldn't finish it. But on the second day, when she drank even more, she suddenly felt a tugging in her stomach. This was followed by the absolute largest bowel movement of her entire life. Both the discontinuation of the weight loss medicine, which stopped her gastroparesis, and the chemical dissolution and gaseous disaggregation
All she had to do was drink water. Like, this is just a dumb bitch.
of her bezoar appeared to have been the right treatment at the right time, as she was able to make a full recovery. KT's case describes the consequences of gastroparesis in the setting of someone taking their friend's medicine. Didn't see a doctor about it, didn't get a prescription. But in the partial gut paralysis, she also had biliary tract dilation because of the bezoar. Luckily, she didn't have a gallstone, which this weight loss medicine has been known to cause those too. But this area of the gut can spawn some serious medical emergencies, just like in the case for JC, as a 34-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with abdominal pain radiating to his back. For the last 4 hours, green liquid was coming up from his stomach. He felt like someone had plunged a sharp object directly into his upper back. His stomach would burn every time the hurt flared up, and all this had started days ago. JC had recently heard his neighbor and some of his friends started taking weight loss medicine. At first, he didn't think anything more of it, their business. But one morning, he looked in the mirror and wasn't super happy with what he saw. He never quite got the results that he thought he would get at the gym, so it was time for him to tighten things up, he thought. After reading online, JC found out that he could find a prescriber on the internet who could get him weight loss medicine if he was willing to pay up. He was quickly determined eligible and was able to pick it up at the local pharmacy, and he started taking it, and he was feeling great. It was a little slow to start. He was able to live his normal life, and every time he'd step onto the scale, he saw progress, but things started happening. His mouth would get dry. He'd pour himself some water, but he'd realize he wouldn't drink it. He thought maybe it was subconscious and that maybe he just needed to put some effort into drinking it. But even when he tried, he just didn't want to. And then the water started tasting metallic. He tried some other drinks. Some days they tasted better than others, and he continued taking the weight loss medicine. But one evening, JC was sleeping. Suddenly, a sharp pain woke him up. And no matter how much he tried different positions laying down in bed, it wouldn't go away. During the day, he couldn't get anything done because of how much it hurt. He tried sleeping it off, but the pain was horrible. Even just smelling food would make him feel like he was going to throw up. In a fit of blinding pain, he felt like he was getting blood-eagled as he calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room, where we are now. In the emergency room, JC threw up on the nurse's shoes. His breathing was stressed, and he said that his abdominal pain radiated to his back, like someone had taken a crowbar and started prying it apart. A blood test finds that JC has hyperlipasemia. Hyper meaning high, lip from Greek referring to lipids or fats, A's referring to an enzyme that breaks things down, like lactase to break down lactose in milk, and emia meaning presence in blood. High fat-degrading enzyme presence in blood. Lipase comes from the pancreas. It's released after we eat a meal. It's secreted into the small intestines via the pancreatic duct, which joins the common bile duct, where the gallbladder and liver release bile, done this way to optimize digestion and absorption of fats into the body. Lipase is only supposed to go in here. If it's in the blood, then it means that the pancreas is leaking it out. But the problem is...
Mike, don't I tell her who's speaking your language?
Online's overrated. Having the best graphics, the best visuals, $5 games on Steam sales, overrated, man. Having all the Xbox games, all the PlayStation games, overrated. Using any controller that you want, overrated. Having platforms where you can download the games that have no DRM, overrated. Oh boy. Emulators, overrated. Oh yeah, mods, hella overrated. You say you don't own none of your games, LOL? I'd argue nobody owns any games anymore. First of all, be for real. Most console gamers, and I just read an article about that, most console gamers buy digital, so you're in the same boat as PC. What are you talking about? Two, when you do buy a disc, half the time the game isn't even on the disc. You download it from the internet. That's a terrible talking point. I just gave like 15 different points of the benefits of PC, and you were like, you don't own the games. If you're not interested in PC, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to have an actual like healthy intellectual conversation about what's objectively better for your money, the PC is. PC's overrated.
Yep. Dude, it's just like dumbass console fucking dipshits who just... It's for babies. It's just for dumb, retarded babies where, they don't, like, they're just too stupid to understand, like, what a good spec PC is. They're too stupid to just build their own fucking computer. And then they're like, how do I download stuff? I don't understand. Console easy. Console download thing for me. I had to go on internet and download Steam. How do you do that? When I buy console, PlayStation already has PlayStation on it. Like, that's who it's for. Just dumb, retarded fucking baby children. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
Because it
hey, militant vegan, what's up? It is not morning for us. It is late evening. It's 11:43 at night here.
digests fat, and the pancreas is partially made of fat, and it's leaking out, contacting parts of the pancreas that it shouldn't be contacting, then it means that JC's pancreas is digesting itself. True to my message to you that diet and exercise should always be the front of mind in context of weight loss, Cook Unity is a great option for getting started on the right track for food choices. They're the sponsor. I highly recommend it. JC has acute pancreatitis. Itis meaning an inflammation of the pancreas because something happened to it. Enzymes started leaking out of it and it's now starting to digest itself. Acute meaning that all of this is happening suddenly, but why is this happening? This part about weight loss medicine sometimes is either forgotten or just isn't known in the first place. It was originally a diabetes medicine. It wasn't seriously being considered for weight loss at first because patients weren't losing that much weight on the original versions. It was at most a couple of pounds at the cost of possible serious side effects like pancreatitis. One thing that we've known since the 1980s is that GLP-1 can increase pancreatic cell proliferation. If the cells become too numerous, or if they become too big, that's going to squeeze ducts. This can block outflow. This can prevent lipase from draining out of the pancreas. The subsequent backup can cause it to linger at first, then to overflow, and then digest the pancreas itself, as it flows out into JC's blood, causing his horrible abdominal pain and his hyperlipemia. One part of GLP-1 discovery was from how it delays gastric emptying, and another part of the discovery was from the pancreas in what was happening to JC. In 1990, Dr. John Ung at the Veterans Administration Hospital in the Bronx was interested in recent National Institutes of Health research that demonstrated that snake and lizard venom caused pancreas enlargement. Why did the venom do this? Of particular note was the Gila monster. However, one thing that was realized was that Gila monster venom samples contain its...
Lol, yeah, not everybody needs a PC. Oh, I didn't know a video game console was a necessary device. That's weird. Oh, yeah. You need a stupid dumb baby console that plays video games, but you don't need a computer. Thank you for the stupid fucking comment. Just fucking retarded.
Saliva. The Gila monster is able to slow down its metabolism and maintain constant blood sugar levels after long periods.
I have a debate with an epidemiology denier soon. Confounders, though. FFQs, though. Do you have any advice or debate with a similar guy on the channel? You might want to take a look at the debate I had fairly recently-ish. Well, I guess maybe that was a while ago. I debated that PhD idiot on saturated fat. That was the last debate I had on my channel. If you just look up PhD debate, you'll see it. I think we go over some stuff about epidemiology. He wasn't like a complete epidemiology denier. Generally speaking, the stupid shit that people like, say, epidemiology is useless, that would apply to all research. So confounders, though, there's confounders in randomized trials. What's the other one? Oh yeah, correlation doesn't equal causation. All research relies on correlations, pretty much every critique of epidemiology would also apply to any other form of research, even randomized trials. On top of that, they're also going to have to, if they're going to say epidemiology is useless, well, then they're going to have to admit that there's no evidence cigarette smoking causes cancer or heart disease. Because there's absolutely zero human research in the form of randomized trials on smoking because it's unethical. So all the human research on smoking is epidemiology. So if they're going to say epidemiology is useless, then they're going to have to admit that there's currently no evidence in humans that cigarette smoking contributes to cancer or heart disease. I debated that dumb fuck Bart K, aka Fart K, and he actually was stupid enough to bite the bullet. He said, yeah, there's no evidence that in humans cigarettes cause heart disease or lung cancer. It's a fucking idiot. That was a separate debate. I debated that guy twice. The most recent debate was about vegan ethics. The previous debate I had with him, I think that was like a year ago or something. That was about saturated fat specifically. So you might want to watch some of that.
Check out this guy on YouTube. His name is FaceIQ. He also made a video on saturated fat yesterday.
Yeah, I know who that is. I'm not going to bother. He's a fucking retard. We've already seen some of his garbage, but he's just a waste of time. Thanks for the donation, Kyle.
Of not eating. If the venom causes pancreas enlargement and the pancreas makes insulin, which creates an environment of maintained blood sugar levels, well, something might be in here that's involved with insulin. But the Gila monster doesn't envenomate itself. And given that its saliva is in the venom samples, and that saliva makes its way through the GI tract, of which the pancreas is a part of, then what's in that saliva that connects with pancreas and insulin? When Dr. Ong took a closer look at the Gila monster's saliva, he found something called exendin, but he noticed something. In 1983, we still weren't able to sequence whole genomes like we are today, but based on reasoning and some genes that we already knew about in humans, scientists deduced the structure of something made by the pancreas called proglucagon. This is the precursor to glucagon in the body, but this predicted structure also indicated that proglucagon gets cut up into multiple different things. These all looked like glucagon. They're from the same place as glucagon, but they weren't glucagon. And as a result, two of these extras were named glucagon-like peptide 1 and 2. And when scientists knew what they were looking for, they discovered that the prediction was correct. It's just that glucagon-like peptide only looked like glucagon. It didn't behave like glucagon. When Dr. Ong looked at exendin from the Gila monster saliva, he noticed that it looked like human glucagon-like peptide, and it appeared that its function was similar too. GLP-1 isn't always floating around in our blood. Our bodies release it after we eat, but its signal is very powerful, so our body wants to get rid of it. We have a built-in process that eliminates GLP-1 in 2 minutes. The difference is when exendin is in the human body, it does what GLP-1 does, but it's different enough that the human process can't break it down fast enough. It hangs around the body for hours, continuously sending all the signals that GLP-1 does. If Gila monsters can slow down their metabolism and maintain blood sugar levels during long periods of not eating because exendin is in their saliva and exendin sends the GLP-1 signal to regulate blood sugar and slow down metabolism while lasting longer than GLP-1 does, then is it possible to give humans exendin as a medicine for type 2 diabetes? Type 2 is the diabetes that happens when one becomes insulin resistant. That is, after someone eats, insulin's released, but the body doesn't respond to it, and blood sugar always stays high unless a medicine is given. Type 1 is where the body can't make insulin because the pancreas is damaged. And the answer is yes, we did it in 2005. When we first studied it, it showed some mild effect on weight loss, but something that we did know was that it could slow down the GI tract. That's what it's doing in Gila monsters because this was intended to slow down their metabolism during times of fasting, and potentially, but not.
Gila monsters are really pretty. Wow, look at that little chonko. That's a nice Gila monster. I'd like to pet him on his head. There's a nice big lizard head.
Intended to slow down their metabolism during times of fasting, and potentially, but not commonly, it could change the pancreas, bringing us back to JC. In the hospital, JC was started on IV fluids. He was dehydrated because he couldn't keep any water down. Medicines were given for his pain, and everything seemed to be going okay, but only for a short time. When body parts appear to be damaged, the immune system reacts. This is to protect you, but the problem is, sometimes the immune system overreacts, and it does that overreaction when it shouldn't be reacting in the first place. JC's pancreas digesting itself is body part damage, so the immune system is there trying to protect him from that damage. But when inflammation, pancreatitis, happens, the area can start to swell with fluid, and in JC, where his pancreas was supposed to be, is starting to swell with fluid. Usually, in a 34-year-old man with no diagnosed past medical history, this kind of pancreatitis resolves itself. The medical team elects to watch and wait because even though his abdomen is swelling with fluid, doing surgery and cutting him open could be doing more harm than good. Even if the image looks scary, the body can and will heal itself. But one thing that they do find is that despite stopping the weight loss medicine when JC was admitted into the hospital, the food in his GI tract still hasn't moved at all. This gastric stasis also happened to KT. This slowdown and the pancreas effects together were how this medicine was discovered. But if we knew all of this, why did we turn this into a medicine? Well, the benefit outweighed the risks. For diabetes, this was originally an add-on therapy. Eventually, it became monotherapy, that is, giving it by itself to lower blood sugar. But one more innovation would turn it into weight loss medicine. This same innovation is also partly responsible for why American insulin prices became so high. And actually, we already touched upon it. Before the 1980s, insulin used to be beef and pork insulin. That is, we used to take the pancreas from pigs and cows that were already taken for meat and grind them up, purify it, and extract insulin from it, and let patients inject that. The problem is people would become allergic, and they would switch back and forth for decades, and eventually they'd just have to deal with the allergy. And even worse, to make 1 pound of insulin required 8,000 pounds of pancreas from 23,500 animals. And in 1978, the United States needed at least 56 million animals just for the production of insulin that year. We've only gotten more prevalent diabetes since. And so scientists had an idea. Insulin is a chain of amino acids, and our DNA...
Oh my goodness. Do you guys see this cuddle cat? What a beautiful cuddle kitty. Do you see this? Oh, he is so soft. I love how soft you are, Gum Gum. Your fur is so beautiful. You're so nice. I love you, and I love cuddling with you. You're my cuddle kitty. What a nice cuddle buddy.
Sequence is the code that enables us to produce those amino acid chains. Pork insulin differs from human insulin by 1 amino acid. Beef differs by 3. But if living organisms all have DNA, and DNA makes amino acid chains, could we engineer a genetically modified organism to make human insulin? Using E. coli bacteria, scientists were able to manipulate and isolate specific DNA fragments arranged in a way for those bacteria to produce human.
This cat is in fact vegan. He only eats vegan cat food.
Insulin. Engineered strains of bacteria were grown, placed in conditions favorable for them to produce pure human insulin. No more allergies, no more grinding up animal pancreases, and full control over how much insulin can be produced. And this technology changed everything. Researchers noticed that if amino acid sequence of a hormone was just slightly different, that hormone could last longer, or it could last shorter, or it could have a stronger signal or a weaker one. Just like how Dr. Ung found out Exendin behaved like GLP-1, but lasted for hours instead of minutes. And now that insulin can be made with the exact sequence that we're looking for, then it means that we can also make custom versions of it that behave in different ways. If we change some of these amino acids, we get long-acting insulin. Change these and make a short-acting one. Every time we make a new one of these, it's a new medicine. These act like insulin, but the dose is going to be different. Timing will be different. Give too much fast-acting insulin, the patient could have life-threatening hypoglycemia, low sugar presence in blood very quickly. Give too much slow-acting insulin in the daytime, the patient might forget and wake up dizzy and fall down and crack open their head at nighttime. And you can't use slow-acting insulin by itself to treat diabetic attacks. And in the hospital or the nursing home, the nurses don't have to give insulin all the time and watch blood sugar like a hawk when it's not all regular human insulin and you just give the slow-acting one. So if it's a new medicine, then it means that it has to be tested and tried in humans again. And there's no guarantees that it works how we think it will or that it doesn't cause new side effects. And therefore, as a new medicine, it's given a new patent, which means in America, it's charged at a premium, explaining one reason why insulin prices were out of control at one point. But this principle of changing amino acids was done to Exendin. It's an important medicine, but it wasn't a good one. Gila monster bites are painful, toxin and saliva are present. And that might be partly why Exendin causes bruising, swelling, and lumps where it's injected. And patients had to inject it twice daily. Most people don't get to that all the time. Making a custom version could eliminate injection site reactions. It could be made to a once daily injection, and maybe you can engineer it to send a stronger GLP-1 signal, selective for some parts more so than others. And this is how it became weight loss medicine. One GLP-1 derivative, created for diabetes, was made to be given once daily, not twice. In the human trial, it was found to control blood sugar better than medicines of that time. But more importantly, this particular one was found to cause patients to lose an appreciable amount of weight in a long-term follow-up inside that series of studies. And this realization changed that entire company. They ran human trials and found that a higher daily dose does cause humans to lose more weight. And they rebranded that higher dose as the first weight loss medicine. The first one that isn't directly psychoactive to limit appetite, because those were the kinds of medicines that were predominant before this. And as they kept changing the amino acid sequence of GLP-1, they converged onto the current formulations, lower dose, once weekly injection, oral tablet, competing on the amount of weight lost, demonstrated to be safe and effective for the patients who need it, and who can get the proper care. It's just that when it's scaled up to hundreds of millions of people worldwide, you can find things that happen in extremes, just like in JC's case. A few days pass, things seem to be holding steady. JC didn't need surgery, and he's probably ready to go home, they thought. The medical team gets ready to discharge him from the hospital. Everything seems to be great, but as the hours pass, JC starts to get chills. He starts running a fever. His blood pressure starts to drop. His heart tries to keep up by pumping harder and faster, but it's not enough. Another CT scan finds that gas is now in the space where the fluid was swelling. The stomach and the intestines have air in them, but they're usually closed off so their contents don't leak into the abdomen. So if JC's stomach isn't punctured, then where is this gas coming from? A blood test finds that not only are JC's liver and kidneys shutting down now, but that he now has an infection. If bacteria and fungus floating around in the abdomen outside of the stomach can produce gas, then it means that fluid buildup from his inflamed pancreas is now infected. But it doesn't just stop there. Whatever's infecting him has now spilled into his blood. The immune system detects this and tries to react again by dilating the body's blood vessels, but this drops the blood pressure. Adequate oxygen can't get to the organs like
Those look like snails moving around.
the liver and the kidneys as they start to shut down. JC comes in and out of consciousness. Limited oxygen gets to his brain. All of this happening from pancreatitis in JC that came from a weight loss medicine accident. When we look at KT and JC's case, if you listened carefully, you'll have picked up one little detail each. KT took prescription painkillers. It wasn't a lot, but in chronic misuse, those can cause GI side effects. Is it possible that these together, added with the weight loss medicine, could create an additive or multiplicative effect? It's not impossible. However, just know that hundreds of millions of people taking GLP-1s around the world, some of them are going to be taking prescription painkillers, and many of them don't get this degree of gastric stasis to the point of an obstructive bezoar. Next, JC had a drink. This amount doesn't cause pancreatitis, and we know for JC, it definitely doesn't because that was a fairly regular amount for him. Despite knowing that these hormones can make pancreases larger, there hasn't been an appreciable signal in hundreds of millions of people who have taken it, whereby their pancreases become abnormally large. That doesn't negate edge cases, but data tells us that it doesn't happen to the majority. Now, I have to be clear here. Every time I describe two things together that cause one problem, some folks want to adamantly blame one single thing. Well, guess what? In the hospital, it can be more than 100 different things causing one problem. So let me say this again. These individual things alone did not cause these patients problems. The prescription painkillers alone did not cause her problem. She did not take that many. A single beer did not cause JC's problem. How many people are on this medicine and have a beer? How many people are on this medicine and need prescription painkillers? I'll give you the answer right now. It's in the millions. And not millions of people are having the same cases as these two patients. When combined with weight loss medicine, you have to exercise caution. Everyone is going to have additional factors. You don't wake up in the morning and only take weight loss medicine and cease to exist for the entire time until your next dose. There's many things happening all at once when you take this medicine. Everything that you choose to add to your life, or you even need to add, will add complexity, and there will be some interactions when you're looking at hundreds of millions of lives. So the most important takeaway that I want you to have from me is if you don't need to take this, don't take it. One of the principles of losing weight is to always have room to adjust. Let me give you an example for this.
How about do whatever the fuck you want, and you can make your own risk calculations. Again, if we have the agency to be able to choose to drink alcohol, which is one of the most dangerous fucking drugs you can take, why in the fuck don't we have the agency to go on weight loss meds if we want? Fucking retarded. Just stupid.
Say that you want to give yourself 4 months to lose some weight with diet and exercise. Your first 2 to 3 weeks should actually be really easy. You're slowly starting to exercise more often, and you have a set limit of calculated food intake. As your body adjusts to that, you'll notice that the progress will start to stall. Then you can slowly add another day of exercise that week, and then the week after, have a little less at just one meal. And over the weeks, as you keep adjusting, the final weeks can get a little bit lean because of all the accumulated changes. If someone does go on this medicine and they had those other options available as diet and exercise, but they didn't choose those, there's suddenly a lot less room to adjust. They just dumped everything into this one position. It's harder to maneuver now. And yes, there's going to be some progress, but where do you go after that? And we know that people do rebound and gain weight back if they stop the medicine. But by the time that they do that, if they're not careful, hormones will be out of balance for extended periods of time, and even may never quite be the same as a time before. Does that weight?
So they've looked at this with randomized trials for these weight loss drugs. People do tend to gain weight after they stop something like Ozempic, but they don't tend to gain all the weight back. There does seem to be some prolonged changes to their appetite and dietary habits. On top of that, I don't know why there's this assumption that if you're on something like Ozempic, you are just relying on Ozempic. Like, especially in the United States, these weight loss drugs are pretty hard to get prescribed. And they're also rarely covered by insurance for weight loss. For diabetes, it's a different story, but for weight loss specifically, it's rarely covered by insurance. And if it is going to be covered by insurance, chances are your insurance is also going to cover some sort of dietary and exercise consultation as well. So a lot of the time when people are getting prescribed this weight loss medication, they're also given nutrition and exercise consulting. That's why you see so many of these stories where people lose, like, 100+ pounds on Ozempic in just a year. If you look at any of the randomized trials with Ozempic, you do not see that rate of weight loss. So that's the effect of Ozempic and sticking to a diet and exercise routine. That's not just from the drug. So it's really weird how he's framing it this way, where people who are taking Ozempic are just taking Ozempic and doing their normal sort of daily routine of eating Doritos and, whatever. That's not usually how it goes. It's kind of like, oh, I'm going to take steroids to build muscle, but I'm not going to exercise. Like what?
Weight gain rebound happen with diet and exercise? It does. However, the other point to those able-bodied people is to be able to build actionable habits. So these weight loss medicines have multiple mechanisms of how they work. They send signals from the gut to the brain to delay gastric emptying. You feel fuller for longer. They stimulate insulin release and inhibit glucagon release. They change hunger hormones. They change digestive hormones. You want to eat less. And all of this is in line with how we found it. A lizard is able to slow down its metabolism during times where it doesn't eat for months because of a hormone in its saliva. And we've transported that in humans with a similar effect, but for a different purpose. But we have to be careful because this is hijacking one part of our bodies, whereas for the Gila monster, this is built in. We're not lizards. At least I don't think some of us are. And so we need to exercise caution for when you need to use it. So the last thing I want to say about these medicines is that there's way too much noise out there about these. Topics get brought up online that aren't even in the conversation that we have about this in medicine. Others grossly simplify it. And in the more sophisticated cases, some of the claims are mostly right, but it's just that slight amount that isn't right that screws you over and scrambles your mind. Many of the confirmed benefits of these medicines are centered around straight weight loss, the heart attack and stroke risk reduction, the treatment of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So if you do that weight loss without the medicine, you get a lot of these benefits because they also come from a reduction primarily in visceral adiposity. There's the other potential benefits that we don't really know about, like for alcohol use disorder. They're being considered for research right now, but it's not official treatment yet, and we don't know much about it yet. But the way to keep your head clear amidst all of the noise is that every single prescription medicine out there is required by law to have a prescribing information insert. And this tells you officially everything that you need to know. What you find on here should take precedence over anything that you see about these medicines online or anything that you hear now.
I love how that's a requirement, but they can sell you alcohol without, like, telling you this will kill you, give you cancer, and, like, all this shit.
Now, if you're not in the medical field, don't be stressed if you can't understand everything that this is saying. If you want a really easy time getting someone to explain this to you without an appointment, you can walk into any pharmacy and ask the pharmacist there questions at any time that it's not too busy. I'll get you started in understanding this. This black box about thyroid cancer, the few times that it was observed to have happened in humans, it wasn't clear that it was because of this medicine. Notice that it says rodents. That warning's been there since 2010, since before this was weight loss medicine. Indication is a reason to use this medicine. If you need it.
Well, people on Ozempic have lower incidence of all cancers combined, and it's because obesity causes cancer. The inflammatory, like, obesity causes a massive increase in inflammation in the body. So that promotes cancer cell growth. So being on weight loss meds and being at a lower body weight and having less body fat, that lowers your overall risk of cancer. So it's kind of weird that that's even like in the medical insert.
You're indicated. If you don't need it, you're not indicated. Contraindications are reasons to absolutely not take it. And it's the warnings and precautions and the adverse reactions, which is a fancy phrase for side effects, that will tell you basically everything that you'll need to know. Stuff outside of this, like things that you hear from your neighbor whose cousin's friend's wife's boyfriend took this, you can trust if you want, but know that you would need to verify. Thousands of people in multiple departments across multiple organizations vet every single word on these labels.
All right, that was kind of a dumb video.
Response took so long. I wanted to make sure I had all the facts together before.
So, backstory to this. Apparently his ex-girlfriend is like some crazy bitch and just made up a bunch of lies about him.
Before saying anything. Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend, along with an ex-partner, of non-consensually filming sexual encounters, being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play, along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations. The two women who are accusing me, Sacramento 89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post.
So go to Nutella's wrecked me in the clip, vegan, baby, also you never did my sit-ups, man, isn't that fucked up? Excuse the gay music, not my channel.
Do not misunderstand it. This is not power.
Oh yeah, stupid. Jiu-Jitsu is fucking stupid, dude. Just very gay sport. I don't know why the ref didn't like, that's just so stupid. Yeah, that guy's an asshole. That ref was retarded. Like, why wouldn't he have stopped the fight and DQ'd the guy? These people are stupid, but there's a lot of dumb gay shit in jiu-jitsu. Competition jiu-jitsu is pretty fucking dumb at this point. They need to do something to prevent the pulling to guard. It's so dumb. How many sit-ups do I owe you? Thanks for the donation, Sego.
Post the accusations, along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims. These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side. So without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan. This is a girl I dated for about 7 months, from May of 2025 until January 10th of 2026. 4 days later, she made her first post. Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to, quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent. This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent. As a matter of fact, with Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place. On Tuesday, August 19th, after 3 months of knowing each other and being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, "You should get those meta glasses when you crack me." I responded by saying, "For what?" And she answers again, "Cracking time," alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now, at the time, I did not feed into this. I did not show enthusiasm. I didn't even agree to get the glasses. I just responded and said, "Good night, sweet dreams." So 1 whole week goes by without us talking about it whatsoever, and then on August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, "You should get those meta things for real." So I respond by saying, "I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while," showing that I am clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is. As you can see in the text, even when I say I don't want to film us having sex, she pushes the issue. Now, to be clear, we did eventually take videos of ourselves being intimate, but I was given explicit consent every single time. And on a few occasions, she even took the phone.
Oh, isn't that weird? A woman lying about everything. Oh, what a surprise. Like, dude, I said this. Dumbasses were like, "What do you think about the Turkey Tom allegations? Do you think it's true?" No. Women lie about fucking everything. If he actually did any of this shit, it's criminal. They would have gone to the police. And if there's any evidence of this, he would have been charged with a crime. So, no, they're lying. And again, especially when you're talking about like months or years after the fact, they are absolutely 100% full of shit. They're dumb fucking whores that cannot get over a breakup. They're jealous that their partner moved on. And they're just doing this shit to get back at them and get fucking attention because they are stupid attention-seeking whores. That's all they fucking are. Like, rather than believe all women, we should have the standard, believe all women are lying. Because, like, it is more often the case that women are lying about this shit than they are telling the truth. It's just retarded that, like, this fucking horse shit would, like, these are just such stupid, idiotic fucking allegations. And it's so fucking retarded that this guy even has to go through the trouble of making a fucking video about it. It's so stupid.
Out of my hand and was holding it while filming us. To be clear, there was never a tripod or a hidden camera. It was always handheld, and in every single video, she was clearly aware of the camera, making eye contact with the camera lens. Also, on September 8th, Rowan texts me, "I do miss it though," in regards to our sexual interactions. She follows it up by saying, "Send the videos." Keep in mind, these are videos that she claims in present day were taken without her consent. She then goes on to say, and I quote, "I will watch them and keep them close to my heart," clearly indicating she has no problem whatsoever with them existing. I'm an extremely paranoid person when it comes to my personal life and my sex life and my dating life. As a public figure, I just like to keep my private life private. So I was very hesitant to send Rowan any sexual videos we had taken. However, I did send her one single still image from one of the videos where my face is obscured. I guess there was some lingering thought in the back of my mind that if her accounts were not locked down super well, and if she had been hacked, then the videos could have been made public. Now, there's an implication she makes a few different times that I'm basically blackmailing her with these videos.
Somebody asked if...
Oh yeah, I've sent plenty of dick pics to girls. Either they ask for it first, or I ask if they're interested in seeing it. I don't send, like, unsolicited dick pics. But yeah, I've sent plenty.
You had any intention of getting any sort of like law enforcement involved, but I feel like you answered this where you just want to try to compel him to delete whatever he has on you, and that's like the like the extent of your interest.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Who's this fucking beta male fucking pussy? Oh, believe all women. You just want him to delete the content so he can't blackmail you? Yeah, that's all I want. Like, wow, what a who's this? Dude, if there's some random fucking dumbass chick saying this about somebody and like, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you. It's just so retarded.
And if he doesn't, I don't know.
What do you think of Kung Fu? It's not a real martial art.
I'm kind of confused about what to do, but we'll see.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex,
yeah, of course
or
not.
threatening to send them anywhere. So she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them. The idea that I, a person who makes a living as a public figure, would publicly release videos of me fucking my ex-girlfriend to get back at her is so insane. Not only would that incur reputational harm beyond belief, but also serious legal consequences. The only person who has ever sent an image of us having sex to anyone is, ironically, Rowan. Days after I broke up with her, she, without my consent, sent the only image she has of us having sex to the owner of Kiwi Farms. Here, listen to him describe it.
Oh, and one other thing, I forgot about this, but you actually, Sacramento had sent me a picture that was like censored. Apparently the only picture that he would send you is one where his face isn't clearly visible in it, but you can, I can tell the desk, like his computer is moved onto the table, but I can still see like the monster is like on the cozy that's like on the table, like in the exact same position. So I can tell that's clearly his desk.
I guess I just find it ironic that someone who's accusing me of blackmailing her with her nudes literally sent a picture of us having sex to a man that she has never met. Now, Josh recounts seeing this image and talks about how hard it looked like I was grabbing Rowan on the mouth, essentially using it as evidence to support another claim she makes that I am too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I...
Oh my god. What a bunch of nonsense. Like, you know, if you found a roller coaster ride at like a shitty amusement park, like too dangerous and scary and rickety and like it hurt because it's bumpy, you're not going to keep going on it again and again and again, right? So like it's so fucking retarded. He was too rough. Then why were you having sex with him multiple times, over and over and over again? Just like they're so full of shit.
The PetSmart near my house is filled with rescue cats, Richard. I can't even drive by there without being tempted.
We give the most to charity.
Okay.
That we adopt the most
Hang
children.
on.
That we offer the most vulnerable.
It's very hard for me to drive by the PetSmart because I know what's inside the PetSmart. I know that they're there. Their little paws and their little eyes and their sweet little mouths and their little tails. And
oh, Gummy's dreaming. He's shaking around. I think he's running in his dream.
their little cat souls, they're in there. They're in that PetSmart right there. And you don't know how much I want to go in there and see what's in there. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. No! No. Leave the PetSmart now. Do not go into the PetSmart. Do not go into the PetSmart. I'm driving away from the PetSmart. I'm going away from the PetSmart. You are not going into that store. You are not going in.
I was at a Pet Value and they had a few cats in there and I was like, I want them.
I'm not going into the PetSmart because they are in there and I know that there's nothing I can do about it. I can't have another cat.
Kitties are the best and I love them.
I don't even know how I have 3 cats. I don't
Cats
know how
are so
like that
good.
Can happen. I have always just had one cat, just one.
Freaking
That's
love
always been
cats.
enough. Oh, but then Joey had to come along. Oh, then Joey had to come along. Oh, he had to come along. Ooh, I want to go into the PetSmart. No, 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 no. Joey came along, and he made 2. And then my neighbor, and Iggy makes 3, and 3 is my limit. So that's it. I'm done. I'm leaving the vicinity of PetSmart. I am safe.
What's the difference between 3 and 4? It's not that big. It's just one more. Can you really have too many cats? I don't know.
Thanks for the donation, though, even now. I love the guy on Hoarders with the rats. The rat guy on Hoarders was fucking hilarious. This was just baffling. This is real. This is the guy's house.
But I'm just kind of grabbing him. God no.
Oh god, like this was the most hilarious episode ever. Let me see if they'll show the Yeah, I think this guy works as like a mechanic. This is his house.
He literally
His wife died, and then he had like these pet rats, and then they escaped and bred, and then there's just a ton of these rats, and then he just decided to keep all these fucking rats. They're just everywhere. This rat guy was fucking hilarious. That was the best episode of Hoarders. Let me see if I can find like the good clips from it. They only show them like cleaning up the rats, but holy fuck. The amount of rats in here was just out of this world. Yeah, just so many. Hundreds of rats. They're really cute rats. I like rats.
I sent Rowan this photo. She texted me saying, I like when you cover my mouth like that. Again, she texted me asking me to send her the videos, and she says, yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week.
They didn't kill the rats. They just captured them.
Goon sash. This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensually, or that I was blackmailing her with them, or that I had any intention of sending them to anyone. Reason being, I never did any of those things. In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into.
You know, I really hope Turkey Tom sues this bitch, because this is clearly criminal libel. Like, you can't do this.
To it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe like 2 or 3 months into our relationship, he never asked me.
I'm gonna message him and tell him he actually should just sue these fucking dumbass cunts.
Any interest in playing Dispatch? Penguin Zero and Jacksepticeye are in it, but I think you'd enjoy it besides that. And is 10 milligrams of Anavar a day too little to get any kind of benefit? I train 5 days a week. Do I just take it on training days or also rest days?
Well, first of all, are you a man or a woman? And if you're not taking any other steroids, like, that's just stupid. So you really have to be on a testosterone base. You can't just do Anavar if you're a male. And if it's real Anavar, you're definitely going to notice. 10 milligrams. It's a pretty fast acting and pretty potent steroid. Some of the black market Anavar isn't as potent for whatever reason. Even if you get it tested and it says it's 10 milligrams. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, some of the black market Anavar just isn't as good as pharmaceutical grade. But you're definitely going to notice a boost when you're on it, even if it's just 10 milligrams. Generally speaking, for men, the starting dose is going to be around 20 milligrams, and you can go up to about 50. I think most people won't really notice much more of a benefit on it, like past 30 milligrams, but yeah, a lot of people still notice like pretty big, increases in strength and muscle mass, like up to 50. And I've seen some people run 100 milligrams a day. I think that's too high, but if you're a man, I'd just start with 20. If you're a female, 10 is like fairly high dose. And it doesn't really matter, like, you might as well take it every day. You can just take it pre-workout. It's like it is going to help with increased strength and aggression and everything on your training days. But again, if you take the steroid every day, it's still going to help support anabolism. So it's up to you. Doesn't make because you're probably training. Yeah, if you're training 5 days a week, you're pretty much taking it every day, as is. So it's up to you if you just want to maybe save a little bit of extra money. But you might as well just take it every day. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy Gum.
He would just pull out his phone and record, and I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute or a minute into it.
Why don't you get AirPods or Beats headphones for your workouts? Because AirPods are garbage, and I hate in-ear earphones, and Beats are fucking garbage and fucking stupid. They're just for dumbass retards.
I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. She never once questions why I'm filming or what I'm doing, because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission. Ask yourself, how could she possibly have never consented to filming when she's literally holding my phone next to her face as she sucks my dick? In the interview, she says that what really concerns her is that I wouldn't send her any of the sexual videos we took.
I had asked him multiple times if he could please send me the videos, so he's not the only one who has videos of.
He was probably thinking if they break up, she's going to spread them on the internet. And sure enough, after they broke up, she shared them with a random dude on Kiwi Farms. So sounds like the concern was valid.
Me naked, and he either ignored the question or was just like, no.
As I said earlier, I was paranoid to send these videos to anyone, even her, for fear of them leaking. Weirdly, in messages at the time, she seems to actually get it, saying, I want to see them videos, goon time, before following up by saying that she actually understands why I'm scared to send them to her. Now we're going to fast forward to October.
If you're only on 105 milligrams of test, why the fuck are you even taking Anavar? Just take more testosterone. So I wouldn't bother adding in Anavar. It's not as good as testosterone. Testosterone is a more powerful anabolic, arguably. And it's also safer. You're going to have less side effects on testosterone. Testosterone isn't liver toxic. Anavar is, so you can only use Anavar for a limited period of time. So you might as well just up the test dose. You're barely taking any test as it is. So Like, unless you're highly, highly sensitive to aromatization or something, just take more test. And even then, you can just manage aromatization with either an AI or you could use like low-dose boldenone. Say go donate $2, dude. I am at $28 now, 28 sit-ups, being over a week for the sit-ups. What's the excuse? I actually fucked up. I donate more than James, by the way. React to this old clip of you raging. It's funny. Alright, I'll do the sit-ups for you, dude. Thanks for the donation. If you only need like 10, 15, 20 pounds to lose, then like, oh my god, this fucking fly, dude. You don't need to do that. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Dude. Fuck! Oh, I hate flies. I'll donate to... Thanks for the donation, Poppy Mango. Might have actually whacked the fly. Hopefully it's dead. No, it's still there.
Yeah, I'm just so basement surgeon. Move my eyes as outward as possible. What I think might have happened was he did the first procedure to move the right eye. Maybe he straightened it completely. Social media and do count. Like if I put the efforts into other things, it doesn't equate to social media. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for continuing to support the business. I really do appreciate it, and I want to burn my face off, especially.
Riley, you're confirmed autistic and barely know what
That's good. Thanks for that donation, dude.
17th in our text, and Rowan says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I reply, yes, I do sometimes, actually. Rowan responds that she's thinking about that right now, and then says, quote, need that big white cock. It's also kind of strange to me that at the time she referred to them as our videos, but in the present, she's claiming she doesn't even want them to exist. On November 6th, Rowan asked me why I never ask her for nudes. I say I have a bunch of videos already, and that's why. She does not express that she has a problem with me having the videos. She doesn't complain about it. She doesn't say they were taken without her consent. In fact, throughout the entire relationship, she was sending me nude photos of herself unsolicited every single month. Why would you send nude photos of yourself to someone you think could use them against you? Rowan personally posted dozens of screenshots of our texts, and not a single one shows her bringing up any of the videos being non-consensual. Another interesting fact is that during our breakup, she texted me a pros and cons list, which she apparently had written about me on January 4th of 2026. And in the cons section, she complains about a lot of things, but she doesn't mention non-consensual videos whatsoever. With that out of the way, we can move on to Rowan's claim that I was sexually abusive towards her. In that same pros and cons list, Rowan wrote, says he likes hurting me during sex and making me bleed. This also reflects her public claims about me, but the great irony is that I never even said this. She did. On September 14th, 2025, Rowan sent me a text saying, quote, I'm such a freak. I like when it hurts and bleeds after. Something Wong. In one of her public-facing posts about me, she posts an interaction which reads as follows. She says, quote, like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day, or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. And I said, well, if you don't want to have as much sex, we don't gotta. We can do other things. And she says, okay, I like doing other things too. The way this screenshot is cropped, it comes across like I'm some, just super callous freak who's brutally jackhammering her vagina like Steve mining diamonds. But in the full uncropped screenshot, her immediate response to me after that is, I'm a freak, I say this, and as soon as I see you, I'm going to be freaky again. I can't resist. In the interview, she elaborates on this even more, specifically claiming that she would bleed almost every time we had sex.
Okay, and you would bleed?
Yes.
Same? And you didn't stop?
Yeah, I would bleed almost every time.
This is just blatantly untrue as well, and it's easy to see by going through our text messages. On August 17th...
Like, it's just... So then, why does anybody listen to these women and take them seriously? So, sex was painful for you, it hurt, was unpleasant, and you kept bleeding. But you kept doing it. Does this make sense? Like, imagine if you were eating, like, some kind of cereal that, like, cut the roof of your mouth, like Captain Crunch, but, like, unlike Captain Crunch, like, it doesn't taste good, but for some reason you kept buying it and eating it? Why would you, like, buy cereal that doesn't taste good and cuts the roof of your mouth? Like, it's fucking retarded, right? Like, nobody would do that. So, it's, like, again, why does anybody listen to these fucking women and take them fucking seriously? It's just so dumb, so fucking gay. We really need to move into the age of believe all women are lying. They are literally all lying. It's such a joke.
15th of 2025, the day after my birthday, Rowan and I were planning to go to Mass, and she wanted to have sex with me. So she texted me saying, "Tom, I started my period." I was driving, so I couldn't say much, but I replied by saying, "That sucks, I'm 40 minutes away." She follows up by asking me if I mind getting my sword bloody, and I say I'll be okay. So if it wasn't already clear, she's asking me if I'm okay with getting blood on my dick. Why would this be something she's even asking if every time we have sex, I'm making her bleed? Keep in mind, this is months into us going out and being sexually active, and she's still worried that the idea of bleeding during sex would gross me out. Now, as soon as she began posting about me, people were naturally perplexed by her claim that she was bleeding from sex every single time. They asked if she had some kind of medical problem, and she says, "I have no health issue that I know of, never bled during sex before. It was the aggression. Just gave into it after a while and told him I liked it, but I bled after almost every single time." I feel like most of this statement has already been dispelled, but even the smallest detail of no medical condition that I know of is also false. On September 24th of 2025, Rowan texted me saying that she's going to switch from her current birth control, Nexplanon, to the pill because she has month-long periods that cause her to bleed. So regardless of sex, Rowan admittedly bleeds for an entire month at a time. One of Rowan's main criticisms is that I'm too rough. In fact, she describes our sexual interactions as intense, violent.
So you get it. These bitches are just making shit up and lying about everything. We don't need to go through this whole fucking thing, but it's like, holy fuck, dude. What's bizarre to me is, like, men run society. Why are we taking any of these women seriously and letting them ruin our lives? Like, it's so fucking baffling. Just all men have to do is say, well, that's interesting. It's too bad I can't believe you because you're a dumb bitch. And that's the end of that. But, no, everybody has to be this, like, cucked retard, where even if their stories make absolutely no sense at all, these dumb fucks get, like, I don't know, like, pressured into going along with it because they don't want to sound like a rape enabler or something. Like, nobody can use their fucking brain. Like, if somebody's saying something that doesn't make sense, it's stupid and doesn't make fucking sense. Alright, Wheat Waffles. This dumbass I debated a few years ago. He's a black pill fuckwit. And he acts as though he's some sort of expert on women and dating, even though he self-admittedly can't get any pussy, and he blames it on his looks, even though most girls have said that he's actually pretty good looking, and if you just listen to this guy talk for even a second, he's this dumbass, whiny, annoying bitch, and that's why women don't want anything to do with him. So, this fucktard who can't get any pussy made a video about Clav and Androgenic, who get more pussy than him. So the whole point of like this black pill ideology is like having this social theory about how if you're good looking, you're going to get more women. He sees these two dudes who have a pretty easy time getting women. They get more pussy than him. And then he talks shit about how they're not good looking and they don't know anything about women. It's baffling. So we're gonna react to this.
Okay guys, so recently, I've noticed the quality of the looks maxing community, the BP space, or whatever it's called nowadays, has taken a significant turn for the worse, and that's largely due to the new creators that have infiltrated the space. They're bringing a lot of harmful ideas, questionable takes, and in some cases just, it seems they've completely lost their minds. Despite a massive increase in the popularity of the looks maxing community, where it's increased by about 4 or 5 times in the last year and a half, it's definitely worth questioning whether this increase in popularity has been for the good, and whether the newcomers to the community are making intelligible contributions, or they are bringing a whole lot of crap to the table. Because I'm going to be discussing all of these issues in this video, and even just from this first slide, you can see what the direction that would have been a lot better, I think, if the looks maxing headed into. So getting straight into it, first, I want to say a few things about Clavicula, who is probably in the throne of the looks maxing community at the moment. It's interesting how a lot of communities operate, that there'll be one guy who is in the throne, who's carrying the torch, or has taken the reins, as a lot of people like to put it. And just one person can have such a massive impact on the direction that the community goes. So with regard to Clavicula, he's definitely got some big boots to fill. And he's not all bad. I've got a couple pros listed for him and a couple cons. So starting with the pros, first of all, he has had a very high impact. He's probably sucked in a greater number of people into this community than anyone before him or currently. The amount of exposure he's generating for the community is enormous, which is why he's probably the first person where people have started saying he is making the looks maxing community mainstream. The next pro is I think that his looks are on point. I think that he is a female gaze looks maxer. He's doing mostly good stuff, besides some of the wacky injection peptides. I don't necessarily agree with those. And even some of the crazy surgeries like the jaw surgery he's talking about. But as for his soft maxing, if you just let his looks do the talking, it seems he definitely knows what he's talking about. And as a matter of fact, if we bring back all of the guys from the first slide, and just make a point of comparison, Clavicula is the only one out of all 3 of these guys who doesn't look like they've completely lost their minds. Clavicula, if you was going to put him up here, he would be some
like, this is androgenic, by the way. Androgenic looks fine. Like, I don't know, it's just weird.
Somewhere up here. He looks attractive, he looks like he is female gazed, and would get a lot of female attention. And that's evidenced by the reactions that he's got in a lot of his videos. He is getting these premium reactions. However, these two, which I'll get into more detail later, I've started calling them PSL tards, and this is what's really annoying me about the community as of recently, because you've got a few positive looks maxing influences, especially the soft maxing, but then when these PSL tards have came in, it's just making me shake my head. It's as if these dudes have never left their mum's basement, let alone leaving the PSL websites.
So I don't know who the fuck this dude is. Androgenic gets more pussy than wheat waffles. So, like, this guy doesn't know anything about looks maxing. He looks like some weird freak. Okay, so why is he getting more pussy than you? Like again, this guy's entire social theory revolves around looks being the single biggest determining factor on how many women and sexual partners you'll be able to get. This guy has had far more sexual partners and far more women interested in him than wheat waffles, but he's saying he's not good looking and women find him repulsive. It contradicts his whole fucking social theory.
Of him breaking down his looks, and it's definitely one of his strong points. But now getting into the cons, and there's also 2 of these. The first, I think that he's a very volatile character, which is pretty problematic to have the main person who's in.
This is gay as fuck.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, you don't even know just how gay it's about to get. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
In the number 1 spot, because if he steps up...
Cons. He's a volatile character. I don't like him. He's rather unsavory. I'm British and I just want to drink tea and perhaps have a pleasant conversation over some biscuits. But Clavicula, oh, he is quite uncouth.
Like, this guy is, like, again, is it any wonder this guy can't get any fucking pussy? He's a whiny fucking cunt bitch.
Out of line, he can make the whole community just be laughed at and just looked down on and treated as a laughingstock by the rest of society. And probably the best evidence of this was this video that came off of him about a couple weeks ago.
Oh, dude. Like, if you want any evidence that somebody's a fucking bitch, it's them complaining about Clavicular running over some fucking degenerate scumbag. So, like, what a lot of people take out of context, the guy that Clavicular run over had been harassing him and stalking him for weeks, was even doxing him and showing up at his fucking house, screaming and throwing shit at his fucking house. And then this fucking jackass, after harassing and stalking him for weeks, jumps on the guy's car when he's trying to fucking leave. And then everyone's surprised that Clav just runs the guy fucking over. He should be thankful that he didn't get shot in the fucking head. And again, the guy that Clav ran over, you can just tell by looking at him. Where was the guy? Yeah, this dude. That's the guy that Clav ran over. He's some Takeshi 6ix9ine fucking wannabe fucking dipshit. Like, so this guy is like the low tier scum of fucking society. Just, you know, the definition of the like unemployed behavior. Like, look at this guy. And then, he ran someone over. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be respectful in society. Like, pussy.
Of him running some guy over when he just got really angry. And I'll just let the clip do the talking.
And that's not even what happened. Again, putting it in full context, being harassed and stalked for weeks, this guy showing up at your house, yelling, screaming, throwing shit at your fucking windows, and then jumping on your fucking car when you're trying to leave after getting stalked and harassed by this guy. It wasn't him just getting angry. Like, he's such a fucking liar and a fucking pussy. So yeah, we've all seen the video.
A couple weeks ago, I said types, the brightest stars burn the quickest. People like...
Oh yeah, and then this idiot. I love how a lot of dumbasses had this take. Oh, well, that's the end of Clavicular. He's about to get arrested. Oh, well, what happened? Absolutely no charges filed against him. Because the police really care about somebody running somebody over who, like... who has been stalking them, harassing them, and is a fucking lowlife degenerate who probably has a criminal record. Yeah, the police are going to prosecute Clavicular for that. They don't care. So, I told it, I said this. There's a good chance he's not even going to get charged because of all the facts, involved in the case. And the police just don't give a shit about stuff like this.
Like the guy from One Direction, he exaggerates to get a lot of eyeballs and
exaggerates to get eyeballs and clicks. I don't see him exaggerating about anything.
Clicks. And what I mean by this is that if you watch some of the clips, in fact, I'll just play them again, so I'll let the clips do the talking.
What are we talking about by hot? Like good looking? Like some people think that like Sydney Sweeney is extremely attractive.
I would say, I don't want to scandalize anybody, a married man. I would say Sydney Sweeney is very attractive.
I would say that she's pretty malformed. Her upper maxilla is...
Well, like, I have the same take as him. I don't find Sydney Sweeney attractive at all. Like, she, like, mid at best. Her face is not an attractive face. I think a lot of it has to do with people just liking her tits. But she doesn't have a great body, and her face is just kind of low tier. And then, like, this idiot, he thinks, like, attractiveness is some sort of objective standard, and somebody's exaggerating because they don't have the same beauty standards as you. Fucking idiot.
It's essentially frauding what their true beauty level actually is. But when Clavicular is calling this girl malformed, it's just crazy. Now,
like, he's stupid.
I'm going to say a tier above. Not realistic. YouTube is truly free anymore. Appealing to an audience, creators like every person who's living in Bali or Thailand. And moving on to say about Clav, he has some good, some bad, but I'd say he's leaning slightly more negative. And now moving over to somebody who...
Oh, yes, and then androgenic. Nothing but cons. Like, he's literally claiming this guy offers nothing good. Retarded. So he's especially... You'll see this. This guy is jealous as fuck about Androgenic. The jealousy is so painfully fucking obvious here. It's hilarious.
Who is a bit more new to the scene, but is blowing up as far as I've been looking at his content recently, and he's called Androgenic. And this guy doesn't have much good to say. In fact, I haven't got any positives for him. He's just all cons. So getting straight into it, first and foremost.
So let's see. Encourages men to work out, eat better, care about their fucking physical and mental health. He encourages men to be more productive, make more fucking money, socialize more, and be more like socially intelligent and aware. He encourages safe, responsible drug use, and like tells dudes to take advantage of fucking steroids. Those sound like all positives to me. And he can't think of one good thing to say about him. Bullshit.
Almost, I think he's very male-gazed. Like, where is the looks maxing for him? In my book, I don't see any looks maxing.
Where's the looks maxing? So, again, we've seen the transformation. Yeah. Where's the looks maxing? He didn't improve his looks. He looks worse. So this is what he looked like before. So, yeah, I'd say that's a bit of a glow up, wouldn't you say? I'd say he looks better and would probably get more fucking pussy, wouldn't you say? And then he's like, he doesn't even know what looks maxing is. Like, right.
I just see a bunch of PSL misapplied theories trying to make himself look good for other PSL basement dwellers. And this is why I labelled him at the start a PSL type.
Again, this completely defeats his social theory. He, like, again, this is a black pill fucktard. You're, like, the number one most predictive, trait for your romantic success is going to be your looks. That's his social theory. This guy has more romantic success than Wheat Waffles. But then he's saying he's completely unattractive to women. So if he's completely physically unattractive to women, how is he getting more pussy than you? So, like, one of two things has to be fucking true. Either your social theory is completely and utterly incorrect, and looks are not the most predictive factor for romantic success, or you're full of shit, and he is in fact attractive to women. Like it's one or the other. So he's a fucking idiot.
Hard. I think this is what he is. And a big part of the reason he's male gaze is because he's got an overdeveloped body. Or you might...
Here we go. So here's where the jealousy becomes very fucking obvious.
call him a gym cell. Like, if you just look at the pictures of him.
Girls don't like this. Girls don't like big muscles. You're too big and strong. You look too manly and muscular. Women like beta male faggots like me who don't even look like they lift. Like, wow. I think people have. So, Wheat Waffles. Let me see if I can find. There he is. He's a fucking ginger. Let me see if. Oh my god, there's a thumbnail. Okay, it's not even showing him. So, fuck me. Well, anyway, that's Wheat Waffles. Oh, there we go. Rating the face of Wheat Waffles. These people are so fucking weird. So this is Wheat Waffles. You can see in this photo, like, there's his physique. So, he's a skinny, fucking weak beta male fucking ginger cuck. So, yeah. So, skinny, fucking weak dude. Like, you can just look at this guy's shoulders. Just built like a fucking twink. Oh, you're too muscular. Women don't find this attractive. How would a woman ever want to have sex with a man who's big and strong and muscular?
And the guy looks like this. So this is the cope I always see from like fucking little twinks. They're jealous of other men and how much bigger and stronger they are. And rather than like going to the gym and doing steroids so that they can compete with these dudes, they're too lazy and too like fucking pussy and beta male to actually put time and effort in the gym and take steroids. Like, they're fucking pussy beta males, so they're also afraid of needles. So they don't even try competing with dudes like this. So instead, their tactic is to try to gaslight people and convince them to not work out, not do steroids so that they stay small and weak. So these twink fucking beta males don't have to compete with bigger, stronger men. So this is the whole fucking cope.
Women don't even find this attractive.
Again, this guy gets more pussy than you. So clearly what he's doing is working better than what you're doing, which is being a little fucking bitch, not fucking lifting weights, and not taking steroids.
This is his physique. Since when did this physique become the standard and the go-to based on women's ideal and women's perspective? I thought we all figured
Like, again, if there's any women in the chat, would you rather date that fucking ginger twink? Well, let's not say date. Let's just ask whose body is more attractive. This guy, who, like, has, you know, the fucking Greek statue kind of physique, or Wheat Waffles, the fucking ginger twink.
out at least 5 years ago that this isn't the physique that women are looking for. This is way too much. It's way past the point of diminishing returns. But it seems him and his basement dweller following thinks this is all about the mog. Okay, fair enough, it might mog in terms of the male gaze, but certainly not the female gaze. And you can see...
How many fucking chicks have been into the whole, Thor physique thing? Like, I mean, you're telling me dudes like Liam Hemsworth aren't getting any pussy? It's just so... And I mean, this guy has never been jacked in his fucking life. I can tell you from personal experience, the amount of fucking attention from women and like messages I get on Instagram, just going out and interacting with people, especially in the summer when I'm wearing like t-shirts and you can see, like, obviously if I have a coat, people can't exactly tell how big I am. Like, just because I'm tall and wide, people can tell I'm a big person. But when I'm, like, wearing a t-shirt, you can really fucking tell, like, how wide and muscular I am. The amount of attention that I've gotten from girls just messaging me on Instagram, the comments on my page, like, just going out, I just get random compliments from girls where they're like, whoa, you're really big. Do you work out? So going from being completely natural... This is me when I was natural. A lot of people don't believe that, but I started doing steroids August 1st. This is me totally natural. And then going from that to steroids, where, like, so this is me on oh my god, I hate it when it does that. So this is me on steroids. Steroids. So these are all steroid shots. I am getting way more attention from girls looking like this compared to looking like this. Like, it's just the fact. More women are attracted to me on steroids looking super jacked like a fucking superhero versus just looking really well built. So, like, it's just bullshit. Don't let anybody fucking gaslight you and tell you women don't even find this attractive. They absolutely fucking do. And again, the only fucking dudes who are saying this shit are skinny fucking beta male twinks who've never been fucking jacked. How would they know? And again, this guy self-admittedly gets no pussy, is horrible with fucking women, and he blames it all on his looks. And then he's saying, women don't even find this attractive. And then there are dudes like me, androgenic, who get way more fucking attention from women, who are jacked. And again, I've personally experienced this. Women gave me more attention, or are giving me more attention now that I'm way bigger, way more muscular and jacked versus when I was natural. And I was very muscular already as a natural. So, like, it's just a joke. This is all cope. He's jealous. He's just jealous of a bigger, stronger man. And this is him projecting his insecurity.
See just how far gone he is with regard to his looks maxing journey, not just in terms of what he's done to himself, but the videos he's churning out as well. Just 3 months ago, the importance of being unnatural. This goes completely against traditional looks.
So, by the way, the importance of being unnatural and well-rounded. That's what the title says. So he, like, we can see it right there, and he's still lying.
Maxing wisdom, which is that it should be the very most important thing, to appear natural, be attractive, and look like the naturally...
So, did he say anything about the importance of being unnatural, or did he say the importance of looking unnatural? Well, I can read, unlike this fucktard. It seems like he said the importance of being unnatural, not looking unnatural. So he is making a completely different fucking claim and statement than what Androgenic said here. He's a fucktard. This guy is a jealous, lying fucktard.
Born premium chat. If you look like you've had to fake it until you made it, women are going to pick up on that, and they're not going to find it attractive. It's even more clear in video, and
Yeah, buddy. Women date like the most degenerate, fucked up, violent fucktards, and then they say, "Oh, I don't like muscles. They're too scary." Women date serial killers. There are people who are literally on death row for serial killing, and they're getting love letters and conjugal visits from women. There are women who knowingly date men who have a criminal record for beating their romantic partners. And they still date these dudes, knowing they're dangerous, knowing they have violently beaten their previous romantic partners. There's literally a Netflix series, I think called, like, Worst Ex, where it's all these women talking about their exes. There was a fucking girl who had one of her friends date some dude who beat the fucking shit out of her. This guy, like, pummeled her face in, and she was black and blue. The guy got arrested, then was released from prison. He ended up dating that girl's friend, who she saw got her face punched in by this dude. She decided to date that guy because he's a big, tall, good-looking guy. And she was like, "Oh, well, I thought he changed," and, like, moved on from that. Her best friend got her face punched in by this guy, and he got arrested, and she still dated the dude. So, like, when women say, "Oh, I don't like big muscles, they're scary," they're full of shit. If they're willing to fucking date serial killers and men that have literally beaten their friends, they're not scared of muscles. They're just saying stupid nonsense. And by the way, like, women's brains work fucking weird. Like, they like being scared. Like, clearly. They're like, women are drawn to, like, men who are kind of dangerous and have a propensity for violence and shit. So when they say that, it's just dumb woman brain shit. Like, don't believe it. It's stupid.
Promise you, more girls would like this guy's physique than this gym cell who's clearly gone way too far. And you can tell...
"Oh, he's too muscular. Girls won't like him," says the beta male fucking twink who can't get any pussy.
Where he's gone too far when you look at his looks maxing journey.
A few things to point out here. One, what basis does he have to make this claim that women don't find this physique attractive? Care to provide any research whatsoever? Like even like do a Twitter poll or something. Like, hey girls, like what image do you find is more attractive? Image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd be willing to bet the majority of women would find these two the most attractive, and it's not even necessarily because they prefer his physique here, it's just because he looks more of a man. Women generally tend to prefer older dudes who look more mature, more masculine, and he just looks more mature and more masculine here. So even beyond just the way he just looks more like an adult, mature man here, compared to these other photos where he looks like a child. Secondly, again, this whole theory that, like, oh, this is too muscular is just fucking bullshit. Chicks are really into this. There's plenty of girls who are into this. There might be some women who prefer, like, you know, a smaller or leaner physique, but plenty of fucking chicks dig this. Third, I don't even know why there's this assumption that this guy necessarily only trains because he's just trying to get girls. Like, going from this, like, especially going from this physique to this physique, there probably isn't a huge difference in terms of, like, interest from women. I could see from, like, here to here, or, like, especially here to here, but going from here to here, there's probably not that big of a difference, if any, of women, like, being attracted to the physique itself. He might just be interested in weight training. He might just like being big and strong. And what is the issue with that? Even if most women find this less attractive than this physique, if he's interested in training, then he's interested in training. He can do that. I'm sure there's hobbies that I have that women don't find interesting or attractive at all. I like playing video games. A lot of women don't like video games, and they think, oh, little boys play video games. That's immature. I don't fucking care. I'll play video games. I have my own life. Anybody who has a problem with it can fuck off. So, it's just weird to bring this up in this context. Like, you ever bother asking these people, like, asking yourself, like, maybe he just likes working out? And, again, at the end of the day, women are interested in men. So even if, like, your average chick doesn't like this physique for whatever reason, which isn't true, but let's just say your average woman doesn't prefer this physique. They prefer this physique or this physique. Women are still interested in men. And if a man has their own fucking hobby and lifestyle, and they're just acting more manly, being competitive, being zoned in, focused, and pursuing their own interests and excelling in their own interest, they respect that and they're attracted to it because that's just a manly thing to do. So it's, like, again, just so weird to think of things in this perspective. Like, it's just beta male bitch behavior. Oh, I'm not going to do that because girls won't like it. Like, they're going to lose respect for you if you have that kind of thinking. Women will be more attracted to you if you just do what you want to fucking do, rather than having this beta male faggot mindset like, oh, you don't want me to do that? Well, okay, if you don't like it, I'll do what you want to do. Like, you just come off as a fucking bitch. So, like, again, this guy can't get any fucking pussy, and what a surprise. This beta male fucking whiny bitch who spends all day, like, talking about what other men look like. And don't exercise too much. Don't lift weights. You're going to be too big and muscular, and girls don't like that. Yeah, wow. Big surprise that this guy can't get any pussy.
Do you think skinny femboy-like guys get any pussy?
Oh, I'm sure there are some. I know from, like, firsthand experience, there are, in fact, some bisexual women who are generally more attracted to women or female type figures that do preferentially date men who are more feminine. I knew a bisexual woman that I was interested in who wouldn't date me, and she wouldn't she didn't say this to me, but it was pretty obvious. Like, I saw some of the men she was dating. They're shorter, skinnier, more like feminine looking dudes. And, she just, I pursued her, but she just wouldn't show any interest. And it became pretty obvious. She also told me she preferentially, she does prefer women a bit more. So there's that type. There's also women who just like taking advantage of men and controlling them. So obviously these skinny beta male twink femboy types, they're going to be easier to control and manipulate. So they will kind of go after that type of dude. Who's that fucking bitch I hate? Courtney Ryan. What's hilarious is, Courtney Ryan, says that, oh, I like really masculine, strong, manly men. Her husband is a fucking twink. I made a video about this too. I actually randomly, fuck, she might have deleted it because of my video. That's funny. I remember I saw a photo of hers. It was this specific photo where, at first I literally thought that was one of her girlfriends or a lesbian couple or something. This is before I even knew anything about her channel. And then I found out this is actually her husband. So I literally mistook her husband for a woman, a lesbian woman. But this is her husband. And this is the chick who says, oh, I like big, strong, muscular, manly men. This guy actually has smaller arms than her. Look at this fucking twink bitch. So, there are women who just date beta male fucking twink weak men. And it's just because they just want somebody that's easy to control and manipulate. So, yeah, there are women who go for that kind of type for various reasons. Thanks for the donation, though, Rack.
I'd say he reached the ideal right around here. This was the best for him. And I would say he started out with a transformation, because obviously this is subpar, this is too skinny. But then he started having a lot of an improvement. This is actually decent already, to be fair. But I'd say a little...
He looks like a little boy. Just stupid.
A little bit more muscle mass is required, and this is probably the optimal for him. Most girls...
No, I've seen some of the research on male physiques that women prefer. Basically, the most predictive factor is shoulder width. So, generally speaking, you see the most muscular men being perceived as most attractive to women. There is obviously an upper limit. If you look like Ronnie Coleman, most women are going to say that's too extreme. But, dude, I remember seeing a fucking video where girls were asking, if they found Chris Bumstead attractive. Chris Bumstead is the classic physique Mr. Olympia champion 6 times. They said, oh yeah, he has a really sexy dad bod. And I was like, what the fuck? So just from some of the videos I've seen of women rating Chris Bumstead when he's not super ultra ripped on stage for the Mr. Olympia, but his off-season physique. Just anecdotally, I've seen a ton of fucking women think that he has a really great ideal male physique. And again, this is the classic physique Mr. Olympia champion. He's a big fucking dude. You never, ever, ever run into dudes that are this size, in normal daily life. This is a dude who's a bodybuilder at the highest level, and like is just absolutely fucking massive. And again, anecdotally, I've seen most girls say like, yeah, he has like an ideal kind of male physique. So like you can be extremely muscular, and again, a lot of this seems to have something to do with shoulder to like waist ratio. So if somebody looks like a refrigerator, that doesn't seem to be ideal. But if you have like really wide shoulders, narrow waist, basically the more muscular, the better. I think Greg did a video, Chris Bumstead. Yeah, this was it.
Can't see him. Oh. And so they quite literally show Chris Bumstead, who's maybe gained 10 pounds of body fat and grew a beard, said, "Ooh, it's so wonderful now, it's a 10. Oh no, it's still only a 7, it's a 2. I don't like that." Really? What is wrong with you? You think this is a dad bod? Have you seen what most
bizarre.
dads actually look like in...
So, I don't know, women are just like fucking crazy.
Physique for me on a scale 1 to 10. Can you rate this guy's physique for me on a scale 1 to 10?
Ooh, 1 for me. Yeah, it's gonna give it a 0.
-2. Can you rate this guy's physique for me then?
10. Can't see him. Can't see him. Can't see him.
So, like, literally the same guy. I don't know if they're so stupid they don't realize that's the same person, but yeah, they seem to think that like super, like, 4% body fat physique is too extreme, but just gaining like, 10 or 15 pounds and having some body hair, they suddenly say, oh yeah, 10 out of 10. So like, again, this guy's whole idea is just nonsense.
Girls will find this physique the most attractive out of these 5. But he only had to go too far, and it's why in these 2 photos, this is where he was no longer transforming, and he started roid selling. And I promise you, he would get worse reactions from girls, worse treatment, than if he just chilled out a bit and stuck at this normal looking physique. And
so, again, like, so many things wrong with this. Like, for one thing, he looks like a child here. It's just silly to say, oh, don't get any stronger or bigger, like he twink. And again, like, you can have your own hobbies and interests. If you want to get big and strong and shit, like, just get big and strong. Your whole life doesn't have to revolve around approval from others, and women find that attractive.
And it's very obvious to highlight this is the case because recently...
So this is where things get really stupid. So Androgenic stages these interactions. They're all fake.
He has been doing a lot of approaches. And all I'm going to say is the reactions from the girls he's approached speak for themselves.
I just have to say, you're really pretty.
You ugly.
Who the f*** is talking to you? Who the f*** is talking to you? You're one of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my entire life.
Sorry?
You guys look absolutely disgusting. I'm not talking to you. You look absolutely disgusting. Stop. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, hilarious. You pretending to not hear me.
What did you say?
Absolutely.
This is fake. He stages these interactions. He's actually talked about this on his YouTube channel. He does, there's a lot of videos that you'll find where he, like, fights people in public. So, like this.
Hey, dude, you gotta stop being disrespectful.
So I think this is literally the same night. You can see he's wearing the same hat and jewelry and shit. So this is a fake fight. These are all staged. All of these are staged.
You hate yourself. I got a lot of women that are a lot more attractive than you tonight. I feel awful that you're that hateful and
I like, it's not a...
You hate yourself deep down.
Wait, hold on.
What's
Your
up?
shoulders? Impressed.
Thank you very much.
You know, like real shit. I go to the gym.
You're very tall.
I'm pretty good. My night's lovely.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What's your name?
Oh, you're very tall, by the way.
Oh my.
Oh my god. I'm so
Did I see you before?
I think so. I think it was like last weekend or the weekend before that. I don't know.
You look familiar.
So yeah, and you can look at the like actual interactions he has with people.
What's your name? What's your name?
Natalie.
Natalie?
Yeah, the other thing too is like he's famous in Australia. Everybody knows him, and for whatever reason, a lot of women are into his content. They watch a lot of his like TikTok reels and shit. So some of this is also just a joke, where like women will fuck with him just because they know they're being filmed and everything, and be like, "Oh, you're ugly," because they know he's like this looks maxing dude.
Nice to meet you.
So he has a lot of good interactions with girls.
Huh? I honestly don't know that guy.
Well, you just have to, hey, can you like not video me?
Can you guys like know video?
Yeah.
That's it.
So a lot of these like fights he gets into and a lot of these interactions are just faked. He literally talks about it on his YouTube channel. And some of this is just, you know, people taking the piss out of him too. So like this is so fucking dishonest.
Honestly, the way he's crashed out like this, his extreme overreaction to
He is not crashing out. It's a joke and it's staged, you idiot.
being labelled ugly by these girls, I think it
And
is
then
rough.
watch
I'm your
this.
biggest fan.
You promise?
Yeah.
Can you make sure we're mugging?
You are mugging.
I love Clav.
You love Clav? I'm a good boy.
This one is just brutal, honestly. And I'm
Yeah, and then this like again, you'll notice this chick talked about mogging. So she watches his content. She knows about Clav too, probably through him. He's famous in Australia, and women and men come up to him. They see him filming and talk about it, and you know they like just make jokes about looks maxing, and then sometimes they just take the piss out of him and say, "Oh, I like Clav more," or "You're ugly." So like, not all of these interactions are real. Like the other one where he's like, "Oh, you're ugly, you're hideous." That's obviously staged. This is just some chick taking the piss out of him, and you can see some of his content on his channel. He gets a lot of good reactions from girls, too. Like, this guy is such a fucking idiot. He's just cherry-picking stupid nonsense.
I'm not surprised in the slightest, because Androgenic has a very uncanny face. He never was, and isn't still now, a naturally born premium Chad. He's never been this. But Clav is. Clav was
Fucking
born to be
dumbass.
up here in this range. Androgenic wasn't. Which is why you can't looks max your way out of being a marginal looks guy. This is the truth. I thought we established in the BP community years ago that Chads are born, not made. This guy didn't get here because
Stupid.
he wanted to take it down.
So, again, this is another like, notice he's doing the same thing with these girls. This is staged, you idiot. Notice how he's doing the same thing. You think every fucking time, like, a girl calls him ugly in public, "You're fucking hideous, you're ugly." Like, it's obviously a fucking joke for the camera, dumbass.
You're ugly. What the hell? You're ugly.
Look, take back. You look at your face. You're ugly as You look absolutely disgusting. I'm serious.
These are the
Like, notice how he's, like, trying to fight back a smile? So, like, this dumbass can't even, like, fucking tell this is a joke.
gym selling and male gaze.
And, like, he's so desperate to, like, "This guy is ugly and women don't find him attractive, and even though he's bigger and stronger than me, women don't actually like that." Like, it's just jealousy.
Maxing. Women aren't attracted to him, they are actually finding him creepy.
Yeah. Oh, dude, like, it's hilarious. She went up and hugged him and was touching him. And then he's saying, "Oh, this woman finds him ugly." Like, you think a girl who finds a guy genuinely unattractive isn't going to, like... Yeah. Oh, yeah. This girl clearly finds him so unattractive and finds him ugly. That's why she's literally rubbing her tits up against him. Like, it's so dumb, dude.
He gets from his own...
The jealousy is just so ridiculous.
Brutal. They are actually finding him creepy.
Hey, you're pretty. You're very pretty. Brutal.
Brutal. And once more, the comments that
Fucking
he gets from
idiot.
his own audience affirm this. Low-key, I'll be worried if this walked up to me. 28...
Oh my god. Idiot.
These girls aren't even taking him seriously. And honestly, this is how most
That's the
mainstream people are
same.
starting
That's the same girls before. This was the staged thing they did.
to think. It's creators like this who are making this.
You to death. I already have 5 girls in my hands. How dare you talk? Who the are you? You're an LT.
Again, this is staged. Why do you think they're all laughing?
Everyone's gonna call you that.
You are not him. That Clav get.
Your face on stream. Show your ugly face on stream, you bitch. Show your ugly face on stream. Don't say that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Show your ugly face on stream.
Play stupid.
Again, this is staged. So yeah, this guy is a jealous beta male. Just because he's taller and bigger and stronger than me, that doesn't mean he's better than me. Girls don't even like that. And look, I found a clip of girls calling him ugly, so see, girls think he's ugly too. Like, this guy is pathetic. He made a video about me a while ago too. Like, oh my god, that was so stupid. He's one of the few people who actually got embarrassed so bad in a debate that he literally ran away. I was debating this guy on his whole black pill, ideology. I was able to prove all the research he relied on for his black pill thing. He didn't understand it. It said the exact opposite of what he claimed. And he literally just ran from the debate and checked out. He just he literally just quit the stream. He didn't say, okay, I'm done. I'm getting disrespected here. Like, I'm going to leave. You're not listening. Nothing like that. He just left without saying anything. So, like, this guy's a pathetic fucking loser. I fucking hate Wheat Waffles. He also encouraged a guy to commit a mass shooting, which is fucking hilarious. Like, he didn't literally tell somebody go kill a bunch of people, but the guy who murdered, I think 3 or 4 people in the UK, he went on a mass shooting spree. He was a part of Wheat Waffles community. He was this black pill fucktard who was listening to Wheat Waffles. He got bought into this idea that, oh, I'm ugly. I'm never going to be able to get women. Women don't like me because I'm ugly. He was listening to Wheat Waffles bullshit, and it got into his head. And because this guy was so lonely and was listening to horse shit from Wheat Waffles, he just went nuts, grabbed a shotgun, and fucking murdered a bunch of people, including like a fucking 4-year-old girl and her father. And that's the kind of shit that Wheat Waffles encourages. He just tells these dudes, oh, your life is over if you've got a bad looking face. Girls aren't going to like you. That's all they care about is looks. You're always going to be a loner. Like, life is over for you if you're ugly. And then some people listen to that, and one guy did and couldn't take it and fucking killed a bunch of people and blew his own fucking brains out with a shotgun. It's fucking nuts. So I can't stand Wheat Waffles. That guy's a fucking loser. That guy actually watched my debate with Wheat Waffles, and he made a video about it. He had his own YouTube channel. It got taken down after he committed the mass shooting. But that guy literally made a video response to me right before he committed the shooting. I think like a few days prior to actually deciding to kill a bunch of people and himself. Fucking crazy.
The court finds that the video of the attack is probably one of the most vicious attacks that this court has seen in its 20-year judicial career.
Breaking news, major protests across the U.S.
That way I pronounce a lot of things up. You guys didn't have to remind me 1,000 times in the comments. It got worse because what I didn't show you is he went after the lawyer's wife because this asshole can't shut his mouth. It ended up fucking him up big time because the judge saw the deposition and put it.
Really dumb to do that when you're facing jail time for a really serious assault.
Bullshit purse just like him. So while he's doing all this bullshit still, right? You'd think nothing's going on. How could he just be out and about while he has this civil case going on and some crazy shit is going on behind the scenes? Well, like I was saying earlier, remember, the deposition? My favorite word now. How he went off on the poor lawyer, Todd, and Todd even got mad at him and trolled the shit out of him about his height and everything. Well, this part here is important to show you. And the reason why I'm saying is because after this, I'm going to show you the result of this deposition and this asshole's behavior and how it's going to screw him up the ass, even though we know he likes it. The judge, after seeing this asshole's behavior, right? He said he has never seen a more vicious attack on a person in his entire 20-year judicial career. Peggy is f***ed. But first, let me show you what Peggy said about this lawyer's wife and family. All right, do you guys remember, when the poor monster, the 7-foot monster, he was down, he was out, he was done, he couldn't do shit, and Peggy started kicking him while he was on the ground, and then he did that whole finishing kick on him? Well, here, Todd, the lawyer, right, he's questioning Wes about his leg strength. And now look what this little asshole, this smart ass, look what he has to say. So Todd goes, "Do you have a significant amount of leg strength?" Peggy goes, "I'm very weak. My legs are frail. Like I'm extremely weak in the legs. And there's plenty of videos out there saying I can't punch hard at all. And my legs are very weak. So yeah, let's go with this, people." Todd goes, "Mr. Watson, do you have a significant amount of strength in your legs?" Peggy, "My legs are extremely, extremely weak. Like it's the opposite of a leg day." That's your testimony under oath? That your legs are extremely weak? Here he goes. "Just shut up, dude. My testimony is that Todd is a lame, and he's just the lamest motherfucker." But you
Fucking idiot. Cora donated $2. Vegan for 7 years. People told me I'd get sick or develop an eating disorder somehow. No one talks about protein anymore. Only their ex is liking my post. Let's see. I'm a little worried that if I open this, there's gonna be like dick or something. And some good back gains. Yeah, you got a good physique, dude. Like the whole protein thing's fucking retarded. I've noticed, especially now that like I'm on steroids and my physique is just like gone to the fucking moon. No one fucking wants the smoke anymore. No one. Like, people used to make these jokes like vegan no gains and shit. And now it's just, they can't say shit. Like, there's literally nothing they can fucking do. So yeah, nobody wants the fucking smoke anymore. I've only been on steroids for a few months, and I've only been on like pretty low fucking doses too. So like, this is just the beginning. So like, just nobody wants the fucking smoke. Nobody wants to talk about protein, this or that. It's fucking hilarious. Like, there's that carnivore bodybuilder guy that I debated. And it was funny. The guy's on steroids, like openly. He does bodybuilding. He's weaker than me when I was natural. I benched 410 as a natural. He was never able to bench 4 plates. And this is a guy who's supposedly on a diet that's better for muscle growth. Like, oh, you need meat to build muscle, and he's on steroids, and he's still weaker than a natural vegan. It's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, though, Cora.
Can you debate this idiot?
I've always cared about.
No, he won't debate me. You're talking about Revival Fitness, right? Yeah, I've challenged Revival Fitness to a debate. Not only will this guy not respond to any of my debate challenges, but he will not reply to any of the comments that I ever leave on any of his videos. Even when I just, like, ask he responds to every comment, by the way. If you look through his comments, he responds to just about all of them. He made a video about how like the carnivore diet will boost your testosterone, and then he posted some of his blood work. And I left a comment saying, like, I noticed when you showed your blood work, you didn't show your SHBG and free testosterone levels. Because when this guy was following the carnivore diet, his total testosterone went up, but he suspiciously left out his SHBG and free test levels. What often happens is you can get an increase in total test, but your free testosterone either stays the same or even decreases because of the increase in SHBG. And the free test is the like useful bioavailable androgens. So just having higher testosterone doesn't really mean anything. And he wouldn't respond to the comment. Like he just refuses to reply to anything I say. This guy's a coward and he just doesn't want the smoke. So no, I can't debate him. He's too much of a pussy to debate me.
Muscles first. So I followed these diets that were very high in animal products. At the time, I was being recommended to consume 8 eggs a day.
I currently eat 12 a day.
Shortly after, I went to...
And he has sky-high cholesterol, by the way. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't actually. I think his cholesterol is actually fairly low, if I remember correctly. He probably has like a genetic thing where he just has low cholesterol genetically, or he's not eating what he's saying he's eating, or he's on cholesterol-lowering medication, which wouldn't surprise me because this guy's just such a gaslighting liar. But yeah, he lies about saturated fat, cholesterol, its relationship with heart disease, and just idiot.
To get some blood work done for the first time. My cholesterol was through the roof at a young age. So high that the doctor was thinking, like, are we going to put this kid on statins?
Okay, first of all, please tell us the exact number of how high your cholesterol was. Do you mean total cholesterol? That is not innately a problem. That is
innately a problem.
Completely outdated thinking.
So this guy doesn't know fucking anything. This chart is just complete nonsense. So, heart attack so this study basically, just looked at the amount of people with heart attacks, and you get your serum concentrations, like your blood, tested when you get a heart attack. And they just looked at, okay, what is the distribution of people with heart attacks who have like dyslipidemia? And they found that it seems to peak around 90. You see like the lowest rate of heart attacks with lower cholesterol, and as you go higher, you also see lower rates. There's a reason for this. Generally speaking, you will just see this kind of distribution with anything. Secondly, after you get a heart attack, you're immediately put on cholesterol-lowering medication. So, like, literally, you'll show up at the hospital, they will immediately give you a medication that lowers your cholesterol because it's proven to increase survival rates. So when you test somebody's serum, well, they're already on cholesterol-lowering medication. So, like, it's stupid. Like, none of this makes any sense. You can look at long-time randomized trials. You can look at randomized trials, and you can look at, what is it? Mendelian randomization studies that have extremely long follow-up times. Like, you're talking about 20-year follow-up times. The lower your cholesterol, the lower the event risk is, and the lower the risk of cardiac death. Like, that's indisputable. So he's just cherry picking some like bad research that he just doesn't understand. So again, all of these people who were admitted to the hospital for a heart attack, before they even got their fucking blood drawn, they would have been put on cholesterol lowering medication. So this is just nonsense.
It's been long debunked. And any doctor that's first...
It has not been debunked.
...reaction to high cholesterol...
So again, I've offered to debate this guy on this exact topic, and he's too much of a fucking pussy to debate me.
...cholesterol is, you have to go on a statin. That is not a good doctor.
That's when I started.
Yes, well, okay, don't go on a statin if you are at high risk of heart disease and die of a heart attack, like Cali Muscle. Simple as that.
Looking into.
Like, by the way, this guy has talked about, you know, how steroids increase your risk of heart disease. I think he's covered Cali Muscle and his heart problems. Why, like, I would love to hear this guy's reasoning for why he thinks steroids increase your risk of heart disease, because it's like, we know the reason. It's because of dyslipidemia. So if you're, especially when you're on high doses of steroids, it will increase your LDL, and it also reduces your HDL. There's also potentially some inflammatory effects that play a role too, and some like hematological changes, so like with blood pressure, or hemodynamic changes, so like blood pressure is involved. But like we know all the like causal mechanisms for heart disease risk. So like I'd love to hear this guy's reasoning for why steroids increase risk of heart disease. If cholesterol has nothing to do with it, then okay, steroids should be fine if you can manage blood pressure, right?
What is healthy eating? Inevitably, what you stumble upon is plant-based nutrition. The data is overwhelming.
Okay, so please cite any of this data.
So this guy cherry-picked a garbage literature review by Ufi Ravenscoff, who is a known fraud and charlatan. What this guy does is he finds really biased funding sources. So people who have either business interests, like like beef organizations or the dairy industry or something, they'll give him money to do like these like this independent research, and he'll post like garbage fucking it's not a study, it's like these are just literature reviews. So it really requires like no money. He's not doing any of his own research, and he basically just cherry picks some really bad studies to support his hypothesis. And what this guy will do is he'll actually reference his own research over and over and over again. So it's really scummy. So he'll have a literature review. LDL-C does not cause cardiovascular disease. Then when you look through the literature review, all the references, or many of them, will reference previous papers that he himself has written. And again, those themselves are literature reviews. The reason he does this is because it increases the amount of citations that are mentioned for his papers. So he's citing his own research so that his own research gets cited more. And with journals like PubMed, you can use algorithmic searches where you can find papers with the most amount of citations. The more citations a paper gets, like it's a way of determining credibility and how much like weight is given to a certain study, and like how well respected, you know, you're considered. So he'll literally cite his own garbage papers over and over and over again in his own literature reviews, so that they artificially get more citations, so that he gets noticed more.
That is overwhelming. What it's going to be in almost every case is a bunch of dog shit epidemiology with
So no, it's not epidemiology. You can look at randomized trials. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Again, I've offered to debate this guy on this topic, and he's too scared.
very weak associations and extremely loose parameters, tons of confounding variables.
Saturated fat does not clog arteries. Coronary heart disease is a chronic inflammatory condition. So they've studied this. Inflammation is a moderate predictor at best. It's not a very strong predictor. And if it is an inflammatory condition, then treating somebody with anti-inflammatory meds would presumably completely eliminate the risk of heart disease, but it doesn't. Again, they've studied this. You can look at a drug trial, like anti-inflammatory medication drug trials. They don't reduce risk of cardiac events or cardiac death. So that is a fucking problem. If heart disease is an inflammatory condition, then presumably you can prevent it or treat it with anti-inflammatory meds, but the anti-inflammatory meds don't work. That doesn't really make sense, does it? And secondly, saturated fat is pro-inflammatory. It's one of the most pro-inflammatory foods you can possibly fucking eat. So even if they're claiming inflammation is what causes heart disease, not cholesterol, well, guess what? Saturated fat is pro-inflammatory. So it's just a joke.
So many issues with these papers. And they're like, oh, see, we found that the people that eat plants.
So he's just cherry picking a prospective cohort. There's randomized trials. So if you don't trust prospective cohorts, well, there's randomized trials.
Plant-based.
Like, he's just acting like they don't exist.
Live longer. They fill out food frequency questionnaires. And then these people extrapolate that out into hard science.
So what is, again, he's talking about cholesterol. None of this has to do with anything to do with food frequency questionnaires. There's randomized trials on cholesterol lowering. People with lower cholesterol have lower event rates and lower rates of cardiac death.
Asking people to remember what they ate for years and years.
Yeah, those studies do not rely on food frequency questionnaires.
And then drawing all of these connections and then claiming direct causality.
If we can
yeah, this guy is just out of this world stupid. So, yeah, I can't debate this guy because he's a lying idiot, and he knows he's a lying idiot, and he's too scared to debate me.
You want to know what is, bro? Like, you're disrespecting everybody in this courtroom by your lineup of questioning. Like, why can't everyone just be real? Now, this is where Peggy starts bringing up poor Todd, the lawyer's wife and family, and when shit starts going crazy. So Todd goes, the way this works, Mr. Peggy Watson, I ask questions, and then you have to answer the questions. Peggy's like, I don't care about that. Todd says, I know you don't, and I'm aware you don't. Peggy goes, I know, because I don't. And now look what he says. I want to see one day when your wife is sitting there at a gym and some big old black dude attacks her. I want to see that. And then see what she'll do, and then see if she's sitting here. But whatever, keep on going, Todd. Mr. Watson, you need to stop referring to my family. Do you understand? I'm not saying that in a bad way. That's the only way to get to someone's heart. Todd goes, you need to stop referring to my family. Okay, Todd.
Sengoku donate $2, prepare to lose 50 IQ points. Yeah, these are always good. Oh, functional bullshit.
Don't have time or a gym membership. That's not the reason they're stuck. Time and equipment aren't what builds strength.
You need equipment to build strength. If you cannot progressively overload, you're not going to get stronger.
Skill does. Control does.
No. Tension on the muscle is what builds strength. Strength is the ability to produce force. If a greater force isn't applied to the muscle, you will not build strength.
Most people avoid bodyweight work because it exposes poor coordination, weak positions, and lack of control. Weights let you hide. Machines
This is not an exercise that will build strength.
let you compensate. Your own body doesn't.
Like, unless you're an untrained individual, but you're not going to get stronger doing this.
If you can't control your spine, hips, and breath on the floor, adding a bar.
That is not a strength movement. That's more to produce power.
Bell doesn't fix that. It just covers it up.
Coordination is not really an aspect of strength. Again, strength is the ability to apply force.
You don't need more access. You need more ownership. People
boy.
say they don't have.
It's really interesting how these people just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What's funny is this guy does, in fact, lift weights. So why are you lifting weights if you don't need weights to build strength? Like, it's as if the dude's retired. Like, well, he's lying. You know, I'm really convinced that a lot of the nonsense you see online with training, it's not even necessarily that these people are uninformed or stupid. They just ran out of ideas on what to fucking post on social media, so they just have to come up with fucking bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Raise your voice at me on here, bro. So why is Peggy bringing up his poor wife and using him in examples? This guy's out of his fucking mind. Now watch. Like, you need to understand that I'm a man too, who has a family. And my family and my life have been disrupted over this event. From your client being just a straight nuisance to society. He's never done anything for anyone.
Let's check out some vegan pole dancing. That is a nice bum. That is a nice, cute bum indeed. Man, I love girls' butts. Butts drive me nuts. What a nice bum. I like that we live in a world with butts. Son Goku donate tellers prepare to lose about 5 more. Let me see. I literally... I'm not even gonna give him the time of day, dude. He doesn't even really have an opinion on Israel, dude. It's very obvious Kenny KO does not give 2 shits about politics or Israel or anything. That guy is an attention-seeking fucking moron, and he realized that he can just get money and attention on social media by posting anti-Semitic, pro-Nazi horseshit. So I'm not going to play into it. I'm not going to give him any attention. I'm not going to drive up the algorithm for him. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. That is a nice bum. Pole dancing looks really hard. Wow, that's crazy. Man, I'd get dizzy as shit doing that. I hate I hate getting dizzy. Like the nausea from twisting around too much. Oh, that is the worst feeling. I was actually doing squats the other day, and I fainted a little bit, and I forgot who I was. And it took me a couple minutes to like fully remember who I was too. It was it's a really gross feeling. I really fucking hate it. Like at first, like it's like you're out of your body and you don't know like who or what you are. And then you realize like, Oh, I'm a human being, right? Yeah, I'm a human. What human am I? And then you like remember that you're Richard, but then it's like, but who is Richard? And it just slowly came back to me over like a couple minutes. But it's a really like gross, unnerving feeling. I don't like it.
I've helped people my whole life since I've been out of prison. I've never had one problem until your
I wouldn't say pulled answers are stronger than the average man.
client came and started one, and now it's completely disrupted my life, so whatever. Keep going, and I won't do it again. And I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I hope your family has a great life, and you and him. But guess what? When people come up and fight people for no reason, stuff happens, and we all need to understand this. And if people like him get away with this, it's gonna keep on happening. So just go ahead and wipe that look off your face, too. It's crazy as shit. Look how he's talking to him, this asshole. Now, remember when Peggy posted, after the incident, he posted...
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh, groundhogs. Oh my goodness. Oh, I want these guys on my bed. Oh, I want to feed them peanuts. Oh my goodness, they like peanuts. Oh, if groundhogs would come on my bed, if I put peanuts on the bed, I would put peanuts on the bed so I get groundhogs on the bed. Oh my goodness. Oh, they are so handsome. Oh my God, they're so chubby and round. Oh, I love groundhogs. Oh my God. They're like little potatoes. Oh, they like snacks? Wow. Oh, what nice handsome boys. Look at them eating their crackers. Oh, they love a good snack. Oh my God. Oh, look at him eating his lettuce. Oh my goodness. Going munch, munch, munch. Oh, those are good groundhogs. Oh my God. Oh, wow. They love lettuce. Oh, look at him eating his vegetables. Oh, they love their vegetables. Oh, that is good. Oh, they are just so handsome. Oh my God, is that a baby? Never seen a baby groundhog. Wow. Oh, it's a little baby. I love how chonky they are. Look how fucking chonky. Oh my goodness. Oh, smelling his butt. Oh, smelling his butt. Oh my God.
a shoe, his shoe with the blood on it, and he's like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and he posts on Instagram.
Oh yeah, she's fucking hot. I don't mind bald chicks.
So now the lawyer is questioning him about that. Can you see that? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Sounds about right. Do you see the picture on the screen? Yeah. Is that your shoe? It completely is, yeah. The amount of death threats I get and the amount of people that say they're gonna kill me and my family. Look, you got mad when I just said something about your wife. Again, with fucking wife. How would you like it if someone is saying they're gonna and kill your wife and daughters all the time? How would you like that? Mr. Watson, if you refer to my family one more time, I'm gonna get the judge on the phone. Dude, I'm not saying it that way. Dude, I'm saying it to where you're talking about. How would someone like it? It's a comparison. I'm not saying anything bad about your people. I'm saying, see, look, how would you like it? I'm not saying it in a bad way. Why are you making stuff like it's not? What's the matter with you? Like honestly, I said, I hope everyone has a great life. I don't want any problems for anyone, especially your beautiful family and yourself have a great life. But why are you doing that? What is up with you that makes it okay with that? Do you even believe in God, Todd? Like, what's the matter with you? I'm saying, what if it happened to you? It's a comparison. It's nothing to...
Wes Watson is absolutely a narcissist. This is how they talk. This guy has a personality disorder.
Derogatory. And now Todd has had enough and he threatens to call the fucking judge on this asshole with the way he's talking about his family. He goes, if you bring my family into this again, I will get the judge on the phone. Peggy goes, I don't give a fuck. The judge? I know you don't, but I'm just letting you know. I don't, because look at it. I'm just a great dude who is being turned into this for no reason. I'm a great man. I've had no problems in the longest time with anybody except your client. And we both know I'm not saying anything bad about your family at all. I'm not saying anything bad about you or any.
I asked my daughter how she would make an IRL anime maid dress if she had one, and she said, gray sweatpants. Only no top. Have I failed as a father? I mean, people at the end of the day live their own lives, make their own choices, dude. Whether you approve of what your kids do or not, they are their own person, so sure your parents don't approve of everything you do, you know?
Anybody. I'm just trying to be that type of guy who's weird like that. This is what weird people do. It's a form of manipulation. You want to get your outcome by any means possible, even if it's not right. So you're going to be like weird ass games to the judge to not like me. Funny, good job, weird. It's weird actually. I don't know how you're okay with that. Yeah, if there's somebody manipulative, it's you piece of shit. Now, this is the last one, okay? I'm going to show you here, and then I'm going to show you the ramifications of this shitty behavior this asshole's been doing. All right? Mr. Watson, answer the question. Peggy goes, why are we even here? This is such a joke. The fact that we're even doing this and it's a part of my life and you guys have caused me this much in my life. Do you know how much of my...
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Why does it do this? Why is there no thing to adjust the volume? And then it shows up. What the fuck? Yeah, well, that's women driving for you. Love how you can just be sitting and minding your own business and then some fucking old bitch just runs you over. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Business was ruined from this guy, the 7-foot monster. Like, do you guys know how much of my life was ruined? This guy has completely ruined it. A lot of stuff in my life from me defending myself when he could have just went to church on a Sunday. So after that, remember that deposition was over 155 pages long that I tried to go over and show you guys all the best parts where this asshole was acting like an asshole. Well, there's a video of it. I'm not going to say and spoil too much about that. Well, the judge looked at all of this, right? And he saw his behavior. And he granted something that's very, very rare in a civil case. He added a punitive damage claim to the case.
Oh, he's screwed. The judge already doesn't like him.
And when I say rare, less than 5% of the time in cases, in civil cases, does a judge see enough evidence to convince him to grant this and add it to the case, which I'm going to go over with you after I read this on how bad Peg.
This guy is going to get a nice big bag.
He's going to get fucked. Order granting plain.
How bad are punitive damages for assault? Punitive damages in civil assault cases are extraordinary financial penalties reserved for exceptional cases. What are the... Usually there's a multiplier that's used for punitive damages. So, like it could be like 5x or 10x or sometimes like 50x what the like actual damages are. So let's say for this assault they award the guy like 20,000 for damages. So let's say like his medical bills, time lost from work, pain, suffering, that amounted to like $20,000 worth of damage. Usually punitive damages are a multiplier of that. So if it's 5x, like that ends up being 100 grand, or if it's 10x, then it's like 200 grand. So like it really can add up. I don't know what the typical like multiplier for punitive damages are for like a civil assault case. Yeah, the AI thing won't give me.
You would have to be severely mentally ill not to find ____ girl attractive.
I don't know who you're. Oh yeah, the fucking thing. That dude's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Higgis.
Plaintiff's motion seeking leave to file amended complaint adding claims for punitive damages. So this is the judge granting the claim, all right? Ordered and adjudged that motion is hereby granted as to defendant Wesley Watson and defendant Dulles. You guys remember him, the Freddy Krueger piece of shit.
All this guy has to do is be respectful, keep his mouth shut and shit, and that like he can't even do that for a second. He absolutely has a personality disorder like narcissism. Like this just is not neurologically normal behavior.
Looking face. As to defendant Watson, the motion is granted as the court finds that there is evidence in the record by the plaintiff that is legally sufficient to seek punitive damage under Florida Statute 76872. And now this is the most alarming part, and this is why, if you think about it, the judge already sees this shit, he already thinks these things. Peggy is fucked. Let me read this to you. The court finds that the video of the attack is probably one of the most vicious attacks that this.
So it's Florida. Florida civil assault punitive damages. Let's see if the AI will be more specific. In Florida, civil assault cases may warrant punitive damages designed to punish willful, malicious, or egregious misconduct if the plaintiff proves by clear, convincing evidence defendant acted with intent to cause harm, generally capped at 3 times compensatory damages or $500,000. These limits can be removed if the defendant specifically intended to harm the victim. Whoa. So he could get $500,000. If the conduct was motivated by unreasonable financial gain, the case may increase to 4 times compensatory damage or $2 million. So he's probably looking at 3x or up to $500,000. So it wouldn't surprise me if in the civil assault case, so when you add up medical bills, maybe he can prove that he had to take time off work and lost money that way, pain and suffering, trauma, stuff like that. There's a good chance they could award the guy like around 50 grand. They're also going to look at Wes Watson's finances to see just how much money he has. I think this is going to be a jury trial. So they're going to know how much money he makes, and they're going to end up determining in the trial how much money he owes. It wouldn't surprise me if it ends up being like at least $50K, and then with punitive damages, that could easily be 3x'd. So like 150 grand, easy. Wes Watson's going to have to pay out. Or no, it's so damages plus punitive damages, right? So it could be like 200 grand. Easy. So he's probably going to have to pay out some, like, pretty decent amount of cash. Got my gum here. This is my gum. See this? This is good. It's a good cat.
This court has seen in its 20-year judicial career. The court invites the appellate court to view the video if this matter is taken up on appeal, so that they can, with their own eyes, see the maliciousness, wrongfulness, outrageousness, and abhorrent nature of the beating that the plaintiff suffered at the hands of the defendants. So they're saying, you know, if you try to appeal this, they're going to make you watch that fucking video. Based on the evidence and the proffer presented, the court finds that the motion is granted and that the plaintiffs being allowed to file the amended complaint within the next 5 days seeking punitive damages under Florida Statute 76872. All right, so remember in the beginning, I said that, you know, because he's going to be sued for punitive damages and the judges granted it in this case, I said he's going to be taken to the fucking bank. And not only is he going to be taken to the fucking bank with it, right? But his bank, his financials, for the first time, are going to be in the discovery. So the biggest fear Peggy has always had was he doesn't want people.
Oh yeah, they'll find out just how broke he is.
To know what he has and what he doesn't have, which is why his divorce has been dragged out for 4 years. Because I spoke to his ex-wife and she said this piece of shit doesn't want his financials out there. Because remember, he also doesn't want any of us to know how he really makes his money. So again,
I'm surprised he would be able to hide his finances from the court for 4 years in a divorce case. I know in Canada, it's a legal requirement. You have to provide financial disclosure. So I don't know how he's been able to withhold that for 4 years. You'd be compelled to by the court to provide that information. So that's pretty strange. Might work different in Florida. I don't know. I don't know if his lawyers are doing some like weird shit. Who knows? But yeah, we'll find out just how broke he is.
this is another case where Peggy can never learn to shut his mouth, and it's going to end up getting him fucked. And not only financially in this case, right? But think about something. They're going to look at all this stupid shit he's doing, and they can use it against him in his criminal case, which could end up fucking him up. So again, this is another example of him never learning to shut his mouth. And if you think deeply about something from the beginning, right? His big mouth.
Well, he's got a personality disorder. That's why he can't shut his mouth. He's like Frank Tufano. Yeah, Trump pooped his pants, apparently.
Donald Trump is accused, among other things, of pooping his pants during a live event and having everybody rushed out of the room. Now, I want to be careful here. This is not really about bathroom humor. This is about decline, denial, and this kind of growing gap.
Did you know that cats think that you are a cat? They're kind of like penguins. Penguins also mistake people for penguins, and apparently cats do that too. They just think people are like weird, retarded cats. Cats are really cool. I like cats. They're really neat.
Between the image that Trump is selling and what we are seeing in real time. Now, we're going to get to the bowel evacuation a little bit later. I want to start with a couple other moments from different Oval Office events and a new, totally deranged idea from Donald Trump. Trump is asked about the Kennedy Center, which he tried to rename the Trump Kennedy Center. He was asked, do you plan on tearing it down? And what is this going to cost? And Trump says, we are going to be doing renovations. I'm not ripping it down. We're going to use the steel. We're going to use the structure. We're going to use the marble. Take a look at this.
Renovations, you announced you wanted to build a new and spectacular entertainment complex at the Kennedy Center.
Right.
Do you plan on tearing it down, and how much will all of the renovations cost?
Probably around $200 million. And, you know, it's funny, in real estate and building, I've done so much of it. I've done so well with it. You want to sit with something for a little while before you decide on what you want to do. And, you know, we sat with it. We ran it. It's in very bad shape. It's run down. It's dilapidated. It's sort of dangerous. Things fall out of ceilings. You've seen it. And we had some big events there. We had a lot of great events there over the last year. But you can't do any work because people are coming in and out. And you have the workmen. We have a marble man over there the other day. He said, you know, every time I put down a piece of marble, people are stepping on the marble. They don't even have time to dry. And you can't do the same quality job if you close it. And, you know, we're fully financed. And so we're going to close it. And we're going to make it unbelievable, far better than it ever was. And we'll be able to do it properly. I was thinking maybe there's a way of doing it simultaneously, but there really isn't. And we're going to have something that when it opens, it's going to be brand new, beautiful. I'm not ripping it down. I'll be using the steel. So we're using the structure. We're using some of the marble, and some of the marble comes down. But when it's open, it'll be brand new and really beautiful. It'll be at the highest level. We can do a much better job, probably in a way a faster job in terms, you know, because when you do it piecemeal, for instance, they have a play tonight, and you can't do anything. You have to pull out everything. And you can't have stanchions all over the place and people are walking in to see a play. So we'll be closing it sometime around July 4th. It's like we'll close it on July 4th in order to do something.
Absolute fiasco that has been the Trump White House ballroom. You probably will be suspicious about this project. And you probably won't believe that Donald Trump is going to be ripping it down, that Donald Trump is not going to be ripping it down and is simply going to be carefully extracting steel and marble. And you will likely believe what we are increasingly convinced of, which is that in Donald Trump's desperation to make an irreversible mark, I would call it a stain, but he would call it a mark, on the United States. He's renaming things in his name. He's trying to acquire territory like Greenland and who knows what else. And he is also trying to change the physical.
Gummy doesn't have bad breath. I've never had a cat with bad breath.
Scaffolding of this country, changing the physical reality of the White House and of the Kennedy Center is a way that Donald Trump is desperately focused on legacy, as his policy legacy is essentially non-existent personal relationship with, despite Trump arguing now for years he barely knows the guy. Take a look at this.
Numerous times, and I don't think they want to see a shutdown in him. Lightweight, this guy is a terrible.
There is a familiarity. It's instinctive. It slips out when you're not fully in control of what you're saying. Strained look on his wrong. And RFK Jr. also has what I would call a strained look on his face. Here's the video.
So apparently he might have pooped his pants here.
In a recent Oval Office press conference, people have speculated if President Trump lost control of his bowels. I'm not sure. I don't know. I will just offer this video for anyone who wants to check it out. I've isolated sections that sound suspicious and cranked up the volume, and I've done nothing else besides that.
Anybody else have anything to say? I can say that I am extremely late, but that's okay. Don't worry about me. Okay? Don't worry. Okay? Don't worry. Okay? Don't worry about me. Would anyone else have anything to say?
On addressing that, because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the gun. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, some of these seems a little weird. The people directly behind him seem like they're not, like, coughing and struggling to breathe.
Hey guys, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for reporting. Thank you guys.
Weird.
I got that video from the official White House YouTube account. I did make up your own mind.
So listen, this is not supposed to be funny.
Yeah, kind of weird. He may have pooped his pants. Non-zero chance he shat his pants. Fucking crazy. Got a geriatric old fuck in the White House who can't control his bowels. Hey, Gum Gum. What's going on? This cat is very beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay, it's 2:18 in the morning. Should probably get some sleep. I'm, in all likelihood, 99% sure I'm gonna do a workout stream tomorrow. Gonna try to do incline press PR of 280. Really want to get to a 315 incline press, you know, for reps. So, plan is tomorrow, 280 incline press. And then do a normal stream later in the day. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. And Gum Gum is going to clean his toes. And then we're gonna go to bed and cuddle. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Once you're done grooming yourself and cleaning those toes. But nighty-night, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.